I think I'm in here by myself. Gun channels is so boring. Welcome to detention. Take your seat. No talking.
I'm always in trouble. Sorry, I'm reading.
Reading channels. Where people that don't really want to talk to other people come together to read in
Whatever.
silence.
I was reading before I got in here. At least I like all those guys are too scared to come in here. DB's out there fucking. I don't
Period.
know.
Somebody from Cirque du Soleil.
Doing whatever DB does.
I'm pretty sure he bought Cirque du Soleil today, and then he Instagrammed about it.
I heard he's into flexible dudes.
I figured he had so many of those hand-painted body stockings that he didn't feel comfortable just walking around in public, so he wanted, like, to own a bunch of people that he could walk around and feel more comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, well, when you're walking your tiny dogs.
Exactly. Giant head, tiny dog. People are like, hey, Circus Soleil's in town.
I own Circus Soleil.
So what about that reloading? Just get the reloading talk going quick right away
I,
today.
I haven't been reloading. I've been going through all that old ammunition I bought, throwing out all the fucked up shit. It's been very exciting. Have you ever felt bad throwing away, or not, well, throwing away, but disposing of ammunition? Makes me feel guilty.
Sorry, I was reading this comment on my Instagram. I posted a picture of a Glock, and then I wrote Glocktober on it, right? And then somebody came in and goes, they took my shit, fuck the police.
Ha!
I'm trying to figure out how that applies at all, but alright. Sorry, so what did you say?
They stole his jack-o'-lantern or his Glock?
I have no idea. They took my shit. No comma, but I'm assuming an implied comma there. Fuck the police.
I think Ralph just asked a very pertinent question. If you did that. Something you didn't cover in your gear chat was um, putting it all together. Well, you kind of talked about it when you went into the sling thing about retention stuff, but I know for like a lot of especially older gear, like if you're using stuff with Alice clips, if if you don't retain it in some way, like if you don't tie it down or like secure those Alice clips, they pop off. You know what I'm talking about?
I hear you. Yeah, we didn't get into like
The
that could be a
details.
whole thing though, because seriously, there's differences between ARs and AKs. But I don't know. I don't think anybody had ever really talked about support gear, so I figured I'd throw it out there in
Oh, it
general.
was
But I didn't
awesome.
really think about it ahead of time. But
It was great. It's something I don't think people I don't think yeah, every rifle should have a sling, every pistol should have a holster, yada yada yada. Just
well, that's the
having
thing. When you start thinking about it, you know, you figure, okay, you're gonna need certain amount of stuff like on you, like you need it right
Yeah.
there, like you're gonna be crouched down behind a wall, and that's when you're gonna need it, so it better be on you, you know, like a what am I trying to say, like I like a Leatherman mutt for like a tool. I know people don't like them because they're weak or something, so everybody's got their own preference for a tool, but I know people that are like, no, that's not necessary for a chest rig. And I'm like, well, I know you don't carry one normally. You just carry a knife or something. You don't think a tool is a daily
No.
carry type of thing. So, like, why wouldn't you put one on your rig if you're supporting your rifle? So,
Even
you know,
if
for
you
me, that seems like a must.
even if you can't afford to like go out and buy like 3 of them or 2 of them, or if you just have one, at least go out and buy a pouch, like some kind of Gerber or Leatherman like tool pouch, and attach it to your gear. So if you can reach down and get your Gerber or your Leatherman and throw it into the your rig or your belt or whatever pouch. Like I can't afford. I have like 2. I can't. I'm not gonna go out and buy like another one just so I can stick it. Have it always. I can't afford to do that. You know what I mean? But I went out and bought the pouch and stuck it on there. So I mean, I might have to run around grabbing a couple things, but it has a place. I just have to put it into the pouch. But yeah, dialing all your stuff into like getting everything tied down, like wrapping up and any loose like webbing and taping it all down, getting it all dialed in so it's like secure, it won't fall apart on you. Making sure it's like people who Loctite or and mark their bolts on their M4s or AKs or whatever, so because you don't want that shit rattling off at an inopportune time.
Right, and like you said, the witness marks let you know right away. Like, what the hell am I shooting 3 feet to the left? Oh, this thing's not on anymore.
Yeah, and then and of course, if you're trying to dial all that equipment in, you'd have like in a pouch ever, you'd have that tool. You'd probably put a lanyard around it so you could grab it easily, and you could pull out that tool, which if it's an Allen or whatever Allen head, you can tighten it back down.
Is Ballistic out there watching right now?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
giant, giant head, tiny dog. Too funny.
I'm just saying, if you didn't wear, if you were trying not to emphasize that, you wouldn't wear like a big painted bodysuit all the time when you walk your dogs.
Well, he's probably trying to show something else off to his, to the people,
Right, big elaborate cod pieces.
Yeah.
This was the style back in the day.
He's not thinking about how much it makes his head look giant.
Anybody see that Barrett thing today? The Barrett
I
incident?
I didn't see it. I just saw your video.
I thought that was pretty cool, though. I figured they didn't even give a shit. You know, like they just paid somebody to throw stuff up and then leave it.
Well, you gotta avoid all the negative attention you can, I guess.
Well, like I say, I mean, they could have easily just done nothing. I just thought it was pretty stand up to do it.
I'm surprised. I mean, I mean, I did the whole flag thing, never let it touch the ground, all that stuff. But I have to say, like, I don't know the flag code whatsoever. Like, I could
Oh
accidentally.
no, most people don't. But I mean, most people know like, oh, you don't get a flag dirty. I'm like, no, you don't throw a flag in a wash machine. There's just certain things that you never see people doing it. So you don't need to know the flag code. You just know that like, oh, that's not really done. Like that's not something people do. But I don't know. That's why I guess I feel like if I say something being a dick all the time, then at least that way people that didn't even know, at least they understand. And then you don't, because if you just start seeing more and more pictures of people being dicks with flags, then no one will ever fucking care. Because then it'll be like, well, I see that all the time. What do I care? Like the shirts, the NRA fucking drives me nuts. They literally, I mean, it looks like I don't know what the hell material they're using, but it looks like they take a flag and they chop it up and make their shirts out of it. Have you ever
Yeah.
seen these? Like the button-down shirts that they use at the NRA dinners and stuff?
Yeah,
And
they're
they're
ugly.
sanctioned. Yeah, they look horrible, and they're like every freaking cent of it is like a violation of the flag code. Like every part of it, the part where they sew their fucking NRA like logo on it, and the fact that they're like supposed to be the Second Amendment supporters, like the Second Amendment supporters, like just anyway, it drives me nuts. And then I've confronted a few people on it, and they're like, "It's okay because it's the NRA." I'm like, "Fuck no, it ain't okay because it's the fucking NRA.
No, they
Even
should
worse
know
because it's the
better.
NRA."
Yeah, I mean, I would never use a flag as a backdrop for any stupid fucking photo of something I'm taking. Stick it on. There's so many things you could stick that thing on, but you don't put it on the flag. Maybe have the flag hanging in the background or something. But even then, I don't know. The only place you should really see a flag is on a pole outside, or in a museum if it's like an old, significant flag. But otherwise, you
Well,
know,
no, most museums won't hang it like in opposition to the flag code. At least I've never seen it very often. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen it, unless it's something insane like
yeah,
those
I've
huge,
seen.
huge, huge, huge flags that like there's not walls high enough to do it. I've seen those kind of folded wrong and stuff, but
No, the only time I
most
seen a
museums
flag
know what
that
they're
wasn't.
doing.
I've seen flags like framed in museums. Flags that were from significant events in American history. So, I mean, but other than that, it shouldn't be anywhere but on a pole or folded correctly. Well, ignorance is bliss, I guess.
Well, I like to say, I mean, like I say, there's a million ways they could have reacted, and I thought they did a pretty cool way doing it. So they're a cool
Yeah,
company for the most part, I think.
never don't know much about them except for their rifle puts big holes in stuff.
Just little stuff like 1 year. Where the hell was it? I think it was when we went to Florida, so it was kind of a big deal for me. I spent a lot of money going to Florida to do SHOT Show when it was out there because we had to all fly and stuff. It was really expensive, and we weren't making anything. Like there wasn't even the projection to making money. We were literally just doing it because we were super happy to be able to go to SHOT Show as media and like, we were just literally enjoying it and meeting people and stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway, we were out there, and it was when Barrett came out with is it the Rec 7, the AR?
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know what it's
Whatever
called
their
though.
AR is, but whatever, and they came out with some other rifle, and they were really proud of their other rifle, and I think that was the 58 or whatever that other one is that's on a 50,
Yeah.
and that had just won like Gun of the Year or something, so they were super proud of that, and that was like on the like main display in their booth. But then they had also come out with these ARs, and I was trying to, you know, cover everything and not just the main headline stuff. So I had asked if I could do it, and this was back in '09. There was no videos yet. Like people didn't understand what we were saying, so we would have to kind of sell the idea of letting us take video because
Yeah.
taking pictures was already like, what do you mean take a picture? Like prove that you're media. So it was still like those days. And then so I was like, is there any way I could take a video? And they're like, what do you mean? And I explained it to one person, and then they're like, oh, interesting. And then they're like, I don't make that decision. And then they brought somebody else over, and he's like, oh, interesting. Let me ask uh, Robbie. I'm like, oh shit. And then a little while later, they're like, Robbie can't do it, but his son will. And I'm like, what? And freaking, I don't know. I had to wait like an hour or something for him to get out of a meeting or whatever. But I'm like, are you serious? Like, this company is a huge company, and I'm nothing. This is like 2009. There was no YouTube, nothing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'm nothing, and except some guy asking them if I could take a video of their stuff, and then they bring the freaking the head of the company brings his son out and has him do the videos, and I was like, dude, that's like, I thought that was pretty damn cool.
That's
So
pretty
he did a
cool.
video for the rifle. They wanted to do the video about the 458 or whatever it is, and then they did a video for me on the ARs, which I don't think they even wanted to really talk about because it was. I think back then they thought that people with cameras were like airsofters, like trying to get three-dimensional views of their stuff so they could make plastic copies of it immediately, kind of a thing. And that
Yeah.
was sort of an issue back then. So anyway, I thought that was really cool, and that was, they didn't have to do any of that. And then fast forward to 2012, and me and Haas are driving around the country, and we got in to do a tour of the factory, and we get in there, and they're like, "Why are you here?" And I'm like, "Well, because XYZ got us the invite." And we were met by his daughter this time, and Angela, I think, and she was all nice, and she's like, "Sorry for the misunderstanding, like you guys, blah blah blah, but the thing is, you can't take pictures. Like their ISO, I forget what the thing is, but there's like, you guys know what ISO is for factories? Like it's like a third party verification that you're doing everything legit, like nothing gets lost in your factory, and all the parts are quality assured or whatever. There's different levels of that, and they're at some like international level for like weapons, international importing exporting of weapons and stuff. Like anyway, there's all kinds of rules that you can't take pictures, and you have to sign something that says you're not a spy and you're not going to tell people about all the secrets or whatever. And then I go, we do all that. We get, she sends us to the guy who's going to give us the tour, and then he's like, "Why are you here?" We're like, blah blah blah. And he's like, "Interesting. Normally, just to let you know, we don't do tours of the factory except for like generals and like heads of state, and then a couple of times a year we'll give away a tour to like, I forgot who they said, like George Strait or some country western guy who's a big deal, and like he'll do some celebrity auction thing, and it usually goes for like $10,000 or $15,000 to somebody, so that to raise money for charity." And we're like, "Oh, okay." And then he gives us this tour. We can't take pictures or nothing, but I'm like, still, they could have done. They could never even open the gate. They could have never returned our calls. Like, it's a cool company that they're willing to, be cool. Anyway, and then they have that store where they pretty much had 22 all during everything. So anyway, I think it's a pretty neat company. And the story of it is there's some guy who wanted to make a rifle, and it turned into a massive multinational company.
You talking about Barrett?
Yeah.
Yeah, my like I said, my only interaction with them I was never with them. It was just firing their rifle. Seeing that rifle around when I was in the Army, and that was it. I don't know anything about them, but I have respect for almost any company that directly supports the U.S. military. There's a lot that goes into that. There's a lot to be said about, even like, it doesn't matter who it is. From Colt to whoever makes the fucking ACUs or multicam or whatever.
You know who made the uniforms back in the day?
Oh, which ones?
The BDUs.
I do know this, but
the Woodland Camo BDUs. It was Brunswick, the bowling place.
Yeah, I knew.
That blew my mind when I found out that they made a whole bunch of stuff too, like a lot of the tents and I think a lot of stuff. It was pretty neat.
Yeah, I knew it was something to do with like bowling or something. Yeah, that's. And the funny thing is too, those uniforms, if you actually have the proper military spec BDU, it's so much better than like any of the civilian crap that you run out by.
Yeah, then the stuff that's just cut to the same dimensions and sewed up.
Yeah.
Speaking of crap sewn to the right dimensions, how was the purchase of Soleil or Cirque du Soleil?
Yeah, well, now that I own Cirque du Soleil, I'm pretty proud of myself. It was awesome. If they come to town, or if you're in Vegas, you should go check it out.
Somebody was saying that they sucked. Was it Yankee saying that they sucked? So
Yankee said it sucked? I don't think so.
Pretty sure he said it like adamantly. Weren't you talking about it last night?
Why?
No, I didn't talk about it.
He was talking about the midget Cirque du Soleil.
He was talking about the midget circus?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that. That's racist and offensive.
I was going to say, he couldn't be talking about the normal Cirque du Soleil. That thing is awesome.
Yeah, it's
really awesome. Check it out on, there's some clips on YouTube, but they do some really amazing stuff.
Well, they're not all the same, right? It's like there's a whole bunch of them or something. It's not the same thing that.
Yeah, it's like Ringling Brothers, sort of.
Yeah.
It's like it's different. But no, it's one company
But it's like a type of circus, not necessarily like the same act every time they do it.
Right. They put on different productions every year or whatever. But
it's all about like weird people in body stockings, like hanging from the ceiling off of ropes and.
Pretty much, yeah. Like they're risking their life for a lot. Like I think a woman died a couple years ago. She dropped like 90 feet in front of everybody. It's wild stuff.
I'm sure that's an after party you'd want to get invited
Everyone
to.
here would like it.
Did you just say you wanted to go to the after party after a woman dropped 90 feet to her death?
Not that fucking
just the
after
Circus
No, I
Soleil.
wouldn't say that, but I'm saying
I just want to make sure, because that'd be a really fucked up thing to want to go to.
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking
check
about
out my
this
Instagram,
after
'cause I-
party in general. God.
Yeah, I saw the Instagram pics.
So were you like shining laser pointers in their eyes to see if you could make one of them mess up?
Oh no, dude! There's this one thing where they do this balancing act with, like, I don't know what they are, bones or something. But if you sneeze, this woman would have dropped all her stuff. It was crazy.
What is this?
But I was
in,
gonna
you
say,
went
yeah,
to
check it
Vegas,
out.
or this is by you?
No, they come around my way every couple of years.
Yeah, they travel.
They travel, so that like every couple of years they'll do a new production, and then they'll travel the country, and they'll take it overseas or whatever.
Unless you live in some backwoods.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely travel though. One of the benefits. No, I never. This is my second time going, and it's pretty awesome. And it's Glocktober, so.
Did you bring your little
Still
dogs?
celebrating. It's just- No, brought a little gun instead.
Nice. So if they would have come
They're
over
cool,
and
they're-
started like forcing like balloon animals on you or something, you'd have been able to defend yourself.
Well, if ISIS like showed up and just started taking the circus out, I would have been prepared.
Does Steven shave his Amish mafia beard?
He's undercover now.
He's
He's going deep cover in the Amish mafia.
Yeah, I got a little bit.
Well, speaking of little guns, let me screen share this for G-Webs.
That sounds awful, by the way.
I didn't necessarily.
Have you ever seen something like that?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't own one, but I've seen them before.
So I have a gun question. Is
What?
good guy still in one piece, or did he Daffy Duck himself?
Good guy.
Range.
He got all mad and he took apart the
Apart the bullet.
the 10
Oh, okay.
rounds.
Well, at least he'll live. So
Was it?
To, like,
Was this last night when he was like double charging his fucking rounds?
Well, he's
It was fucking funny
improvising
because
powder
he-
charges, and then he basically put together 9mm with an improvised or a guesstimated or like some assumed
Oh my
like
god.
load. But then he put them to an overall length that I didn't pay attention, but all the other guys who actually reload length is what? And it's like a quarter inch or something, almost shorter than it needed to be, which means massive overpressure potential. So
No.
super dangerous situation it sounded like, and then we were all like urging him to like either have Bob shoot the gun so that he didn't get hurt, or like use somebody else's gun or something. But then he like went ahead and took them apart and got all mad that we made him take them apart.
Oh my god. He seriously, like Daffy Duck is right. He's about to get on head. Jesus Christ.
Well, what was funny was I watched some of the chat, and in the beginning, he's talking to you guys about it, and then, like, when I jumped in, like, an hour later, he showed the round, and the first thing I said was, wow, that round looks really short. It
looks
like
super
the
weird because
projectiles
of the
jammed
bullet
into
shape.
the case.
But yeah, you guys were.
And then everyone, I didn't realize that people were, like, upset that we were all piling on. But I really didn't hear the
no one
beginning
was
of the chat.
He was, and we weren't piling. We were just like, dude, I would never shoot that. Like, don't shoot that in a real gun. Like, it's, well.
The powder he was using has no currently published 9mm loads at all. Like it's actually a Magnum handgun meant for like 44 Magnum and a rifle powder. So it's way too slow. The overall length is way too short. He just kind of threw in 5 grains of powder, which he thought was sufficient. So I don't know. I mean, nothing good could have come from this, right? At the very least, it would have been an anemic round because he's using the rifle powder. But since he had the overall length so short, it could have been worse. So.
Hey, you say nothing good could have come from that. I'm going to say he might have created new information on this powder and load so that other people can use it.
Not useful information. Yeah.
Think of how much science you guys convinced him not to do.
New information, but like to what end, you know?
I think if
exactly, we will never know to what end because you didn't let him do it.
Well, let's say we didn't let him or not let him do anything.
You have to have your video going. As long as you had a camera.
If he blew up his fucking pistol, I'd feel terrible because I know he doesn't have the money to replace it. And if he blew off his fucking finger or took out an eye.
And I think he was going to use the M&P, which is like, you know, a real decent gun. So I wouldn't want to see that get fucked up.
Yeah, just like,
anyway.
You know, like, there's
sorry about
so
the
many
pile
fucking
on,
photos.
guys.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I know. Because last night it was like, wow, you guys are really hard on him. It's like, dude, come on. If we didn't give a shit, I really wouldn't give a shit. Like, it would really just be like, oh, whatever the fuck you want to do. We'll do it, you know? It's not like it's like, you're just piling on because it's funny or something like that. I mean, it's kind of cute, but it's like, you know, look at that round. Why? If you show the round to everybody and everybody says it's crazy small looking and it looks weird, then probably you know it looks weird too. That'd be.
The projectile itself looked weird, so.
Well, I think it was just a regular lead projectile, but he had it pushed so far down that it looked like a semi-wad cutter, but it wasn't. It was just that it was so shoved into the case, it looked really weird.
Wouldn't that make the pressure higher?
Yeah, because you have less volume for the powder to burn. So yeah, that's the issue. I think the shortest round that I've ever is 1.1 inches, and he was, you know, what, 1900ths of an inch shorter than that. The powder was a slow powder, so he might have been okay, but it's not. Like, so my concern is if this had worked out for him and he created a load that at least fired the projectile a few hundred feet per second, then once he gets like tight group or something, and he loads like 8 grains of tight group into something, which is, you know, if you do that, your gun's gonna blow up, like straight up. And so it's better, I think, to learn now not to make your own loads and guess, because bad things can happen.
No kidding.
Hey, DB, I'm gonna let you take the abuse alone because they were ragging on me in the chat room too for getting on his case.
Oh no, yeah, I don't even know. I didn't know what was going on, but I literally showed up like an hour late and restarted. He just put it up to the camera and then it started again, I guess. Whatever. I need a tutor. Like, if I was gonna start reloading, I'm not gonna be able to just learn the shit from YouTube. Someone's gonna have to show me how to do it for a few hours, I guess. Maybe 2 days, 3 days, I guess. I don't know what would be a good learning period there before I would start. But
well, there are things you can do to make it easier on yourself. I mean, obviously there's videos on YouTube you can watch, but that's not hands-on experience. But there are things you can do. So, for example, when I first started out, I used Blue Dot, which is a very slow powder, very flaky powder, bulky powder, to where that when you load a 9mm case, it pretty much fills the entire thing up. It's impossible to double charge it. Even at the most extreme load, it's going to have high recoil, but it's not going to blow up your gun. So there are things you can do to make sure that if you make a mistake, it's not going to be, end of your fingers.
I don't know. Cutting corners and being cheap when it comes to reloading just seems like a terrible idea.
What I did is, go ahead, sorry.
It's not only the cutting corners thing. I mean, he never took the time to learn the basics. Even when he was doing the 38 specials, he never found out or discovered the fact that jacketed bullets and plated bullets and cast bullets all have different charge weights.
Yep.
So when he stuffed that lead bullet in there, like almost a 1/4 inch short, with the most recent. The load data for that powder is not published anymore, which means that, it initially passed the lab pressure test, but in the field it became, not viable. So I had 3 or 4 year old load data for that powder, and he was 2.5 grains lower than the lowest load. So he had like a squib load in a shortened, overpressured case, and it was like, literally like a hand grenade waiting to happen. May have worked, may not have worked. But at that point, that point in time.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your.
You've been reloading for a month and you don't have a grasp on the basics. What you're doing is not called experimentation. It's called Russian roulette.
Yeah. And I think one concern I have too is you see reloading a lot on gun channels. Daniel, Gene, me, good guy. And so my concern is that if people have this attitude and they're televising it on gun channels, then that could influence other people and say, oh, well, it's okay if I just mess with powder. It's okay if I, use a Magnum small pistol instead of a regular small pistol primer. So my concern is that if Chris were to have shot that round and something bad would have happened, then people who were considering reloading, who could have taken a safe route to reloading, might be turned off to reloading because of that. That's one concern I have. I think more reloaders we have in here, the better, in my opinion.
Was anybody here for the fire in the hole incident?
I saw that later.
Is that where he shot that primer?
Yes, sitting at his bench.
Yeah.
And then he goes, "Oh, it's okay. I covered the powder."
There's no. You couldn't pay me to do that. And yeah, I don't know.
Okay, was it like not just a totally empty case with a primer in, or was there something else in there too?
It was an empty case with a primer because it was trying to make sure the primers were still good because apparently they were older primers. But nevertheless, I would not put anything that looks like a cartridge with a active primer into a gun indoors and just pull the trigger pointing at a wall. I mean, if you had like Yankees sand bucket thingy, maybe you could get away with it, but I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
Not even in the same room, I wouldn't do it.
Not with your reloading equipment.
Hold on. I have a question real fast. Obviously, I'm not a reloader, or else I would know this. But like in my mind, it seems like if I had like a gun and I looked at it like 4 or 5 times to make sure it's empty, like it's a revolver or something, it's like I'm looking through all the cylinders so it's totally empty, and then I hold this round in my hand and I look down into it and I see the primer and no powder, much less a projectile, and then I put that into the cylinder, I close it, and then I fire that one primer round. It would be to me similar to like I'm dry firing a semi-automatic pistol. Like, yeah, it technically is not right. You are breaking a safety rule or something like that. That's like
it's not the safety rule. It's the chance. It's not that. It's the chance of igniting powder in the room.
You spill a little powder on your carpet. You get that one cinder.
Powders in the room.
I'm not concerned about burning powder.
That's something I never thought about. I never thought about like powders in the room or on the table it happens to be pointed at. Like I never thought about that.
And not to mention the fact that we're talking about he did it because he bought a bunch of cases on the internet or got cases from somebody that were already primed and didn't know if the primers were any good. So you don't even know, like, is there anything in those cases? Is there anything jammed in the primer hole or anything like that?
So my concern, so you're right, if you were to do that, you had full confidence that you had an empty case with an active primer, you put it into a revolver, and you shot it, it wouldn't be good for your ears and probably wouldn't smell very good, but you would be fine. My concern is anytime I'm putting anything active into a chamber in any form, if it's not like a one of these little fake rounds, I forgot what they're called, but I would be very cautious. Like I don't trust myself to not screw it up, basically. And from what I can tell in the video, he just puts it in the revolver and pulls the trigger. Like he doesn't. Maybe he checked off camera, but I don't know. That's kind of scary to me.
Some people have different levels of comfort with firearms.
And there's some people with all their fingers, some people without all their fingers in firearms. So I mean, I don't know. There are risks that are worth taking. There are risks that are not worth taking, in my opinion.
And we are on the internet. That's what we're here for.
Exactly, right?
Now, I wonder if there's any, for me personally, like if there's are there classes you can take for that shit, or I don't know. I guess I gotta look local, like locally gun shops and stuff.
I'd just like to state for the record, any gun I've ever shown on camera has been chambered.
That's fine.
Most of mine too, yeah.
It's one thing to have a gun chambered on camera. It's another thing to have a gun chambered with something and pull the trigger intentionally on camera in your house. That's your reloading range. In my opinion,
Well, it's not a like finger on the trigger issue as much as the who knows if he's got carpet or like they're saying like you pull a cartridge and powder goes flying, you don't know, and all it takes is one little piece to flame up and hit another little piece, and then that's how accidents happen.
This isn't a firearm safety issue. This is the equivalent of smoking a cigarette while you're reloading.
Yeah, I think there's that more than anything, because
is that bad?
That would have been scary.
I bet you people do that too.
Two gas pumps down from me today, or one gas pump down from me today, that was smoking a cigarette while he was refueling. But I definitely didn't berate him and tell him he was an idiot. I just got the fuck out of there.
Well, it's a good thing I was there watching when he did that, because apparently I didn't realize what I was watching.
Well, yeah, you got the hell out of there because you don't know who it is, and it's not your thing. But that's all we're saying is that this is a friend of ours, and how bad would it be if we all had to sit here talking about how good guys only got one hand now?
Didn't Mythbusters?
I'm not saying anyone is wrong for saying anything or anything. I'm just definitely. Yesterday I knew it was going to go on for 3 days.
And nobody called him an idiot. We just told him not to do what he's doing.
A couple people said that's a stupid thing to do. You're stupid for doing that. But I'm not saying anyone here did. I know I heard it a couple times yesterday.
Only person I ever call stupid to his face is Bob, and I do it with love.
So Chris is not stupid by any means. He clearly knows what he's doing. He fired 38 special rounds with no issue. But what he was doing, I will say what he was doing was stupid. He is not stupid. But he needs to know better than to do that, in my opinion. It's if you get a reloading manual, in fact I have one right here, but I'm not going to open it. But if you look at like the first page, it's going to say follow this manual, don't deviate too far from this manual, don't exceed max, don't like it's the basics of a very dangerous hobby.
I bet you there's someone who smokes cigarettes and reloads, because that's like. Yeah, you're going to get comfortable and do shit like that. But I guess it's not a good idea. I never even thought of that. What about if you're smoking not in the room that you reload? If you're smoking a cigarette like in your living room, that's fine.
What if you're not reloading, you just like to smoke in your reloading room?
Yeah, I definitely want to get something.
I don't smoke or anything, but I usually light a flare off when I'm reloading.
Cameras around the desk.
Okay, if you don't light off a flare and have adequate light, how else are you going to be able
that's
to
dangerous.
tell like how much powder you're pouring and stuff like that? You have to have some kind of light, man. Road flares are perfect for that.
I reload by candlelight.
like the old days.
Yeah, no shit. I never even thought about that.
Yeah, we're laughing, but that's how they did it back in the day, right?
Yeah.
They also carried fucking black powder around in a little leather pouch on their waist.
Yeah, and that's way more dangerous than smokeless powder.
you can step on wool and
drop
blow
it, it
yourself
can
up.
go off. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Rub your wool fleece mountain man jacket against another mountain man in a bar.
Whoa.
But that's not the kind of mountain man bars
If anything needed a little constructive criticism, it would be not to do that.
Knocking wool without their mountain man.
What kind of history books do you read, Huh?
Man, I've been to some rendezvous. Mountain men roll.
I was watching a video the other day, and it was a presenter looking at a particular gun, and this guy said with pride his name was Bo Keister. I'm like, all right.
I was at over
Not
a
that
friend's
there's anything
house
wrong with that.
about half an hour, 45 minutes ago, and he's watching this show about people that live out off the grid, mountain man style, and a couple of them were legit and like definitely cool stuff they were doing. The one of them they were showing is like he's like a cheesy version of Dave Canterbury. He's like really long haired and like long beard, and he's dressed like a mountain man, all in leather and buckskin and everything. But every single piece of leather on him is spotless. There's not a piece of dirt. There's no sweatbands on any of the leather. Like everything the guy was wearing, you can tell he just kind of put it on before they started filming. It was crazy.
And they were trying to pass him off as like a real mountain man?
Yeah, as like he was eating bugs on camera and like trying to get, showing off for the camera, and it was just super, super obvious, having known a few mountain men, that he never wore that leather before that day.
Were these mountain men that you know, like, did you meet them at a bar? Like when they were wearing like wool stuff?
No, no one was wearing anything. Not that kind of bar.
You think? Have you seen these like convertible 1-point, 2-point slings? Like I have one for my AR. It's like a Magpul one. But I want to get one for an AK. And like I'm just curious if like when I put it to a single point, is there really a difference? Is like if I just buy a single point or buy one of those convertibles and like use it as a single point, is there much difference or no? Or should I just get the single point instead?
The one I had, you could grab the wrong spot on it and it would like pull it really tight or slide it really loose. Like it was not built properly, I think. But the one I had that was convertible was a pain in the ass. So I went back to just plain single point, or I mean double 2-point slings like regular rifle style slings. Haven't looked back.
What's a good option for putting sling swivels on a shotgun that doesn't have it? Like take it to a gunsmith, or can you buy rings that
You can
will
buy
fit around your barrel?
They're pretty easy to put in.
What kind of shotgun?
Well, I have that Winchester 1300 Defender.
You should have.
It doesn't have sling swivels.
Does it have a removable cap for the magazine tube?
Yes.
Usually there'll be like Remington, I know, and a couple other companies make them for. I don't know about Winchester, but there should be a cap that you can buy, or that has a removable or has a stud on it, and then you just put a stud in the stock, or just drill a hole through the cap and apply, put on a fucking stud right on the end of that cap, and there you go.
Oh, I was thinking maybe there's some kind of ring you could clamp around the magazine tube or something.
I'm sure there is.
G makes a bunch of adapters for the 500s, 590s, 930s, 870s.
Is it a Defender or is it a?
It's a Defender.
Looks like some. I'm just looking at pictures, and some of them have on the tube. If you look at the very big end of the tube, you'll see a little stud.
Huh. I'll have to take a closer look at it. I was pretty sure it didn't have any facility. I know there's nothing in the rear.
870s, like have either like a flush, not flush, but there's a cap that just doesn't have anything, and then there's also a cap that's got a little stud, and you can get either or through Remington. And I'm sure Winchester's got the exact same thing.
J&G Sales has Smith & Wesson Model 64s right now for $279.
What?
The 38 special only.
Oh,
But still pretty smoking deal for. I mean, I think they're trade-ins. But $299 for the very good.
It's no worry that it only holds 338. I know a guy that can load up 357 rounds for 38.
Oh God.
Has anyone seen the Century Arms, the new Century Arms AKs out there, the version 2 or whatever?
Yeah, I've seen them. I don't.
In stores or no, or just online?
Gun show.
Oh, okay.
Well, it didn't make me all excited and happy when I saw it. I was like, whatever.
Yeah, I just wanted to check it out.
It looked like it reminded me of like a Saiga conversion because it didn't have any of the mounting. Like there's no bayonet lug, there's none of that shit. So I was just like, yeah, fuck that.
And to answer your question, DB, there's like two kinds of convertibles. There's one that you hook the sling up to the front and the back, and they have some kind of slider on them usually that you can yank on the sling, and it goes from 2-point to 1-point. I never had good luck with them because it runs a strap down the offside of your barrel and receiver, and then there's the Magpul kind where you unclip them and reclip them. And the big thing about single point is just that the gun flops around a lot more than double.
I ran a single point sling for a long time until I let go of my rifle and had to pick something up and run with it, and my front sight post on my M4 came swinging down and just tagged me so fucking hard right in the fucking crotch. I mean, it with like all the force in the world of that rifle swinging down, fully loaded, everything, and it hurt so fucking bad. I almost completely like fell on my fucking face. It hurt so bad.
I had a lever action, the Marlin lever action on a single point one time, and it was a little bit too low, and it tagged me in the side of the knee with the end of the barrel, and almost dropped me on the ground. It hurt really bad.
I had a wound. I had a black and blue fucking bruise, and it was not good. I'll never run a single point.
I've heard if you get pegged in the nuts hard enough and enough times, you can finally appreciate 9mm.
Oh, maybe I need to keep trying.
So those little hooks that you mount on your battle belt, that might be an option if you're really into the single points or you really want a single point. They make a little hook that goes on your belt to secure your weapon into.
You know, single point is cool for some things, I guess. But you go like completely hands off with a 2-point sling, then the rifle generally sits in a plate, you know. And if you have it tied enough, or you have a sling that you can adjust on the fly, you can usually keep that rifle right where you want it. Whereas a single point sling, you let go both hands, and it's just hanging there. And yeah, I guess if you have a hook on your belt, but who wants to take up real estate with a hook on your belt that you could snag on something, or I don't. I'm not.
It's not necessarily a hook. The one I saw was it's just like a Velcro strap that you put the rifle barrel on your, like, lean it against your belt or whatever, and then just strap over it.
But then if you have to go back to rifle in a hurry, you have to unstrap your and that's just.
Yeah, it's like having it in a holster or something. That's why I
seems like a lot of hassle.
And you got let's just average AR-15. I'm gonna use AR-15 example. Average weight 8 pounds or so, give or take. You know, that's 8 pounds on a single point hanging off your body. Like, that's a lot. It's not distributing the weight evenly like a 2-point sling will distribute the weight over a larger area from 2 points rather than from 1 point. And so you're probably gonna have a lot less fatigue too from just carrying something that weighs 8 pounds.
Never could quite understand the rationale behind a single point sling, other than, you know, you're having to transition to pistol or something, and if you're going to be in a closed quarters environment like inside a building or something, you're going to have an SBR anyway.
Well,
so what's the point? I just don't
from
get it.
rifle to pistol, transitioning from left to right shoulder, transition for clearing different sides of walls and different corners, and then also just basic overall manipulating the weapon while it's still strapped to you is easier with a single point. But with a double
if
point,
you're switching sides with it, that makes sense.
Well, just anything, whether you're moving it left, right, whether you're sweeping a room with it, moving the gun on a single point is easier. But it's
if you're like a breacher, if you're breaching and you have the shotgun and then you transition to something else, you breach a shotgun and you transfer to rifle. If you have you know, they'd have the only time I've seen single point slings make a lot of sense as a breacher is he'll have the shotgun and single point sling, and he'll like basically let go of it, and
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I'm done.
Oh, I was just gonna say I've heard it explained as single point slings make a ton of sense if you're on a SWAT team and you have a team of people around you. It's like you're inside a building, you got to move it shoulder to shoulder, doing a bunch of stuff with the gun right in front of you. Single point sling is really good because it doesn't really like hinder the movement of the rifle in space, like in your workspace in front of you, but it does still keep it attached to you in case, like, I don't know, so like for whatever reason you want it attached to you. But if for any reason you're not going to be in that situation, or you're going to be by yourself in that situation, you really want a 2-point sling because it now functions more like a sling instead of just like a tether.
Yeah, I mean, if what
Right,
you're
and they
doing,
make those, right? I mean, single points that convert.
but yeah, they make ones on QD mounts that you can pull the QD mount off and attach it to a farther point back on the sling, and basically turns it into a single point. They make all kinds of different ones,
Mhm.
but like I said, like if all you're gonna be doing is going through a door, like for a few minutes, that's basically all you need to do is retain your weapon. Then yeah, single point sling. But if you're doing anything where you have to walk or move or be on your feet, like my personal experience is like walking for miles and miles and miles and doing absolutely nothing, and like just doing the daily bullshit with a rifle. Single point sling's not good because it just like it puts more fatigue on one side of your body. It's just it swings like you have to go like use your hands or something, and you just have this thing swinging down like all over the place. Like it was something like a sling. If you're gonna be on your feet doing stuff with a rifle, just keep it simple. The simpler the better. So like it's just so old-fashioned 2-point sling is great. It's like the perfect sling. I mean, why improve on perfection unless you're that guy that only needs to use his rifle for a few fucking crazy seconds or minutes, and that's all you're ever gonna do with it.
Well, I'm far from an expert, but I've always just figured like as long as I practice and figure out how to use a 2-point sling, I'll always have access to rope. I'll always be able to tie up a quick 2-point sling and use it. Whereas I might not be able to make as effective of a single point sling out of just a piece of paracord or rope or whatever.
Yeah.
That all makes sense. I'm definitely not the operator type, so I don't think a single point is anywhere in my near future.
Yeah, my first sling was a piece of climbing rope about 3 feet long, tied around one end of my lever action, and then tied around the barrel and the tube. That was my first experience with a sling.
Dude, I've made so many sling points off of out of 100-mile power tape and 550 cord.
Mm-hmm.
Just to get that rifle, get that sling amount. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I was up camping with the wife, and I had a little 1022 with me, and we were out walking in the woods with this thing. And I'm not kidding you. You carry a 1022 around for 10 or 12 miles of hiking through the forest, and I think it's heavy. It's inconvenient as hell to carry in your hand. And I got back, and I had a whole skein of a pair of 550 cord, and I sat there and Cobra knotted out a sling for it. It was great after that. But you wouldn't think a little rifle like that would make a lot of, would be difficult to carry after a while, but it is. I couldn't imagine carrying an 8-pound rifle.
Fuck, 8's good. Like if you're carrying like the 25-pound freaking medium machine gun. It's a 25.
Well, yeah.
Every long gun should have a sling. Every pistol should have a holster. It should be part of like the kit that you put together for that weapon. It's 27 pounds. I was one on. Oh no, yeah, 27 pounds. Anyway, yeah, like everyone, because you get in the habit of like setting it down. Like if you're out in the, I know hunters. I know a hunter, not hunters. I know a hunter that said that he never used the sling. He didn't like it getting in his way. He just carried his rifle around. He set his rifle down and lost his rifle on the fight. Me and some friends like went out to help him we never did find that fucking rifle. He set it against a tree and walked away, and then couldn't find the tree he leaned it against. And as he circled around, it was just a regular hunting rifle. As he circled around, he just kept freaking getting more and more away from wherever it was, and he never did find his rifle. And then that's just,
wow,
it's a bad habit to get into.
But that brings up a good point. We should probably encourage fewer people to carry or use a sling so that we have better likelihood of finding a gun out in the woods when we're hunting.
Yeah. That's
a thing. But then you might have to take it to an FFL.
Only in California and Washington, perhaps.
You know, if enough people go hunting without slings, eventually it's like even if you do bring every gun you find to an FFL or a sheriff's, there'll be so many there just like it that somebody's bought and lost that the one that you bring in will probably end up going back to you anyway.
Good point.
I'm enjoying the. Oh, go ahead, G-Web.
No, I was just gonna fill the air too. Go ahead.
I was gonna say same shit, just fill in the air. I'm enjoying my new surplus AK mag bandolier. Pretty fucking sweet for Chinese surplus.
You got a picture?
No, I
see it. What is there Chinese writing on the back?
Yeah. I'll take it.
Here's my thing about those. I know enough to know that some of them are super rare, and then I don't know which ones are which.
Oh yeah, like a Viet
That's
Cong.
your standard kind. Yeah, that could be modern too, though. It looks pretty new. I don't think it's.
I think it's at 80s or 90s. I can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, fits pretty well. Works pretty well.
So, do you see what I'm talking about cutting it down to the seam? You think that'll work?
I see it, but it's also they're really loose in here, like way looser than I expected them to be, like to the
True,
point where
it's
they're
all about. It's just that they're up so high that you can't get, in the speed. You have to go in there and pinch them out.
Yeah, yeah.
So do they rattle it? Is it just one in each pocket or two?
One.
Oh, okay. So they don't rattle then.
2 for 10 or 20 round mags, or whatever.
Cool.
One side's for a cleaning kit, and the other side is for spare ammo.
Really? They're both. I thought the cleaning kit was a little round one.
No, not always. Sometimes the cleaning kit is a little pouchy thing.
This?
And then the oil can.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're about a oil can size. Cool little thing for $12 though, and it's actual surplus made out of nice old materials rather than the new thin crap you get. It's still thin crap, but surplus thin crap. Haven't taken it out and run it yet, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I ran one for a couple of years with Glock mags, or pistol mags, whatever pistol I had, and it worked fine. One of the little ones for SKS stripper clips. Anyway.
I was just going to ask if anybody has heard the commercial I've been talking about that they keep playing down here at least. And now it doesn't seem like it's NSSF playing it. It seems like it's a freaking public service announcement from like the government or the safety of, I don't know, Department of Safety or something. Anyway, it's all about I don't know, some girl was getting bullied at school and she couldn't take it anymore. She found her dad's gun, and then some guy was got mad and he took a gun, and then it goes, as gun owners, you should all keep your guns away from troubled teens, children, and people with emotional problems or something crazy. So you guys heard this public service announcement with my quote signs up at all? Anywhere else?
No, I looked on YouTube to see if I could find the last one that you had mentioned, and I couldn't find anything anywhere about that. Not at NSSF anyway. But was there any kind of a title or anything to identify that? So maybe we could find it.
It was this is brought to you by. That's about it. So this one, I'll have to try to think about what if they tag it. It's some safety government waste of time organization or affiliation or something. But it sounds official.
Their whole point with this is they're going to try to make guns, and it's been mentioned before too. I think Holder and a couple of other people. Making guns a health issue, right? And so
they have to,
that's
because it's not a criminal issue anymore. I mean, crimes are dropping like lead weights.
Right.
So they can't go that way.
And so this
opinion ain't there, so they have to start saying, "Oh, we're certain people are too sick to have them." Right? That's common sense.
Right.
I told
with the government being as involved as it is in healthcare, that's their next deal,
Well,
I mean,
there's-
they pretty much they put the tobacco industry out of business. Next is going to be guns.
There's billboards around my city with a little. There's one with a little boy holding like some kind of revolver, and there's another one with a little girl holding a pistol, and like they're like playing. You can tell they're like the little boy's smiling and he's like pointing. Somebody off your guns locked up. This blah blah blah. You know, it's we don't. I haven't seen commercials, but I've seen billboards.
This is a billboard? Oh,
Yeah.
it's worse in some ways because a PSA requires that you're listening to the lame station that plays it at the lame time that they're playing it. This is like anybody driving by has to see that.
Yeah, they're
That's
everywhere.
horrible.
I've seen at least 4 of them around my city. Yeah, it's pretty sad.
I don't pay much attention to billboards, but I'll keep an eye out and see.
You probably don't drive into Portland that often, though, do you?
Are you kidding me? I drive all over town all the time.
All right,
I do
there's
probably 150 miles a day.
There's one on Interstate. I can't remember exactly the cross street, but it's somewhere down Interstate. There's one of the billboards is on there.
Some prostitutes ain't gonna bring the money to you.
Yeah, I don't go to that part of town. Although I used to live there when I was a kid.
I'm sure there. Like I said, I see them all over, so there you'll find one. I'm sure if you keep your eyes out.
Yeah, I will. I'll definitely do that, and I'll try to get a picture of it.
And did anybody see they started in New York today? The one of the sheriff's associations about Cuomo's Safe Act 2.
I did not hear about that.
Yeah, they're right now. It's they're saying it's ready to roll out if he gets reelected. So far, they haven't done it as part of his campaign.
So to make it worse, what are they gonna like limit everybody to 4 rounds now? Like,
Oh, here. Requires 10 points. Requires that weapons be stored with a safety locking device. It's a Class A, becomes a Class A misdemeanor. Micro stamping number 2, so we know where that's headed. 50 caliber ban. Bans of
Wait,
possession.
what are we reading? Sorry, what are you reading?
This is the next 10 points of the there's a Safe Act 2. So for the election campaigns in New York, the gubernatorial elections, they're exposing / pushing this Safe Act 2 thing. The Cuomo's opponent, this guy named Rob Astorino, has a sheriff as his running mate. So the Sheriff's Association and him released today the 10 points of Cuomo's Safe Act 2 that they're waiting for. So like I said, we have safe storage, micro stamping, outright ban on 50 cal. Gun dealers will be required to have $1 million per incident damage to property, injury, or death resulting from sale, delivery, lease, or transfer of a firearm, rifle, or shotgun. Prohibits the sale or transfer of any gun that's not child-proof. Limit purchases of 1 gun per 30 days, and they're going. Dealers going to have to request approval from the Division of Criminal Justice before they can sell you a gun. A 10-day waiting period. Coded ammunition. The ammunition has to have a unique identifier on it. Mandatory insurance for gun owners, and another reduction of the pistol permit from 5 years to 2 years. So when I got my pistol permit in New York, it was lifetime. And then I think 3 years ago they reduced it to 5 years, and now they're going to reduce it to 2.
Well, they don't want that much, really.
No, it's a moot point anyway, because the micro stamping and the ammunition coding, if those ever passed, that would be the end of owning any gun in New York.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they're just asking for some common sense stuff that'll make every kid be able to never have to worry about violence.
That
yeah,
would
yeah, because
For the children.
50 cal is such a threat, right?
Well, think of the kids though. What if they get a hold of a 50 cal?
Little Johnny,
Although
carrying a parrot to school.
there's never been any violence ever perpetrated with a 50 cal in this country, but that's still not few enough for instances for me. So I want to make sure it can't ever happen.
Right.
Jesus
Ridiculous.
Christ. So basically, New York and California are single-handedly trying to ruin the rest of everything else in this country.
Oh, they've been
It's all
at
good.
that for 40 years.
But that wouldn't even the Supreme Court wouldn't allow that to stand. That's ridiculous.
Well, that's the whole point. Is that's what's going to be interesting about this is, on the one hand, they're saying that the legislation's prepared if Cuomo wins, and now they're putting it out in the public as part of the election campaign thing. So it's going to be interesting to see who claims that these 10 points are all legitimate, who claims that they're illegitimate, and how are they going to use this as far as campaigning themselves go. Because if you look at the micro-stamping thing or encoding the ammunition, I mean, that's completely ridiculous and undoable and unenforceable. So, you know, if this is true, is Cuomo going to stand there and say, "Oh yeah, you know what? That's part of the plan. Vote for me. I'm for gun safety," you know, on points that are that ludicrous? Or is he just going to turn around and say, "Well, no, we have no intentions on doing that. It's just my opponent throwing mud"?
Well, because they never have to misrepresent themselves to get elected, right?
It's not illegal for them to lie.
No, that's true. You know, what do you do with that? I mean, you just the problem with gun owners is that you don't have, as a group, there really isn't a group. You know what I'm saying? Hunters, they don't really care as long as it doesn't affect them. You've got people, just everyday Joe gun people like me. You know, I do what I can, but you know, it's really hard to build a consensus with so many different groups within the gun community.
I hear you, but the good news
is stuff is it. Go ahead.
They throw so much in that list, so much in that pile. It's like they've never asked for anything before. I mean, seriously, what a unreasonable list of demands that are just insane. So I hear you, and I don't disagree at all, because obviously we get fractured all the time, and it's to our detriment. But when they're going to ask for such a sweep, like, you know, micro stamping to 50 cals to CCW to everything, I mean, that's going to cover it. I mean, it's going to hit every gun aspect, or every aspect of gun owners, you know, individually. So they're shooting themselves in the foot. In other words, if they would have done one of these a year and gotten them passed, that would be almost more dangerous than doing them all at once, because this almost has no chance. We're all sitting here thinking this has no chance, but that's not a good way to be. We should be vigilant against it. But
right,
you know what I'm saying?
Meet them point for point if you can.
See, but here's the absurdity of what happened in New York with the original SAFE Act is, and I believe it's 72 hours, but according to the New York State Constitution, pending legislation has to be put in public review for 72 hours and open to rebuttal. Not only did they not do that, but they also voted on this thing at like 1:30 in the morning in a special state session of Congress. And that was the first thing that they contended in court, was that the actual, no matter what they passed, it was completely and totally null and void, and the New York State Supreme Court upheld that. And as far as I know, nobody's taken it any further. There's a couple of pending actions in New York, one of which was the magazine capacity part of it, which they did get overturned. It went from the 7 rounds back to the 10 rounds. But the fact remains is that the entire process they used to pass the SAFE Act was completely and totally illegal, and yet it was upheld. And there's like no gray area here. I mean, it was just the process for the passage of a law in New York was violated. So you talk about, applying any sort of common sense whatsoever, flies out the window. It's actually better that some of the 10 points are so patently absurd and undoable, because the process in and of itself will obviously get anything passed.
Yeah, well, I mean, where do you go from there if it was done improperly, and then it's upheld in court? I mean, what do you do with that?
Well, you keep fighting it, but I'm going to say then a way we could continue to fight would be to bring other people on board. There's got to be at least a fraction of, every group has different people that make it up, so there's going to be different points of view in every group. So there's like those people that, who are they, the Occupy people? Somebody that's willing to go stand outside because they don't get enough free stuff. We should be able to convince at least some of those people that these are rights that they just lost too, and the government, the big corporate system, took their rights away. I mean, we should be able to get. I keep saying, the potheads, they know how to do something. They got 2 states. There's all kinds of what we would consider really minorities. Small fractions of the country that are getting huge things done. We need to bring some of those people on our side, because I think underneath it all, there's a lot of people that like guns. There's a lot of people that don't. There's some people that don't like guns, and there's a whole bunch of people in the middle, right? And those people in the middle have got to be approachable. Some of them have to be, and if we can get, some of those ears, that's got to help, right?
I totally agree.
I mean, it might not be head on, you know what I mean? We still got to fight them head on the individual backdoor stuff.
Well, one of the things
the fact that they did backdoor stuff should be like, look, they can't do this legit. They have to do it backdoor. You get mad at corporations. This is corporations, man. Like, get mad at these people. Just,
Yeah, it's the ultimate corporation, the government.
Yeah, especially Bloomberg. I mean, come on, he's rich. Everybody hates rich people.
One of the things that does seem to be backfiring for them a little, well, not necessarily our advantage some, is as far as lobby and the public and politicizing of the argument. Self-defense and personal protection has never been a facet of the gun rights movement that anybody's basically been comfortable with. That's like the most emotional part of it. So you get into the situation of the hunters and the sport shooters and this and that. But with all of the absurdity of the Mothers Demand Actions and the Bloombergs painting these warped statistics about crime, the best traction that it appears that we're getting is the personal defense aspect of gun ownership. So the more they tout the increase in violence and the increase in this and the increase in that, the greater the validity of the argument of personal protection being brought into play. And since it is the weakest part of the argument that's played publicly, I think that's one of the best places to actually, continue the push.
That's a good point.
Dang it, sorry, I heard the end of that, but what was the gist again? I was not paying attention.
The gist was like, as far as you were talking about G-Webs as us as a community trying to coalesce more, and we're divided into the hunters and the Black Rifle people and the Second Amendment, just general rights people, the constitutionalists, if you will. Well, one of the things that we could use to our advantage is that Bloomberg and the Mothers Demand Action and this latest absolute piece of trash FBI report on the statistics of mass shooting, which is so flawed it's unreal. The free advertising or advertising on behalf of our opponents is that they're representing the statistics as this unnatural increase in crime, and of course they're blaming it on the guns. And personal protection and Second Amendment defense component, which is really the only component, is the card that we're least comfortable playing as a community. I mean, the NRA doesn't want to go there. Nobody wants to go there as far as just presenting gun rights from the standpoint of self-defense. So to use Bloomberg's assets and the MDA's, pedestal preaching as far as the increase in crime statistic rates go, I think that's one of the areas that we can make the greatest strides, simply because as far as what I see around me, the people that are coming around from the middle towards taking an opinion are doing it based on the fear porn that they're being fed about an increase in violence and the need to protect themselves. So I think this stuff about, you know, the sportsmen and the hunters and the sports shooters, you know, that stuff's got to be let go and say, hey, you know what? You know, you're right. Yeah, okay, whatever. Your statistics say it's more violent, and I don't think that being a willing victim or you know, the best defense for rape is just pissing and shitting myself. You know, that's not holding weight anymore. So I think one of the greatest grounds that we can cover right now, as far as, you know, putting the rights out in the public, is just using their own propaganda against them as far as self-defense goes.
I got you. So in other words, they're spending, you think, see them as spending their efforts or time or treasure on something that we don't really care to that we already won, basically. So they're wasting their time like barking up that tree.
It is completely. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to sum it up. I think I agree with you. I think that I never have liked the idea of resting on self-defense as a reason to have a firearm. So yeah, if they want to try to act like we're more violent or that we're more in danger, yeah, I think that's to their own detriment. So I think I tend to agree with you there.
I mean, if you study psychology or sociology at all, it is, and there's all the empirical proof that we read every day, it is entirely impossible to overturn an emotional opinion with facts and statistics. In fact, the average human being, when presented with hardcore facts that usurp their emotionally based opinion, they usually become more entrenched in their opinion simply because of their inability to realize that they've taken such a deep-rooted position based on nothing but emotion. So actually, when
you what marketing is, basically? I mean, you're right.
Absolutely.
Well, and people don't want to admit they're wrong either.
We want to say we're right, and they want to say we know how to manipulate people. We're fighting two different arguments. So it is time for us to figure that out and just let them flop there like a stupid fish, wasting all their effort on it.
Read this.
We agree with your emotional opinion. We agree with the fact that society has become, you know, so completely and totally out of control, and we you know, stir the, you know, I guess it's time to stop trying to fight passion with statistics and fight passion with passion. And I think that's one of the things.
I was going to say, that sounds like a kind of argument that the potheads were making, to be honest with you.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what they did, and that's how they got where they got.
Yeah,
Hold
because
on, take me with you on that one, because I'm with you, but I don't see the direct parallel, I guess. Sandy.
Oh, as far as, sorry, I was taking a cake break. As far as they're appealing to people about pot, right? Was the way they did it really over time was to make people believe that it wasn't as bad as they've been told, right? All of that fear and everything else was a bunch of hooey, and it's really good for you, and so they basically pressed that issue for years. They didn't do this overnight. It took them quite a while, right? And so what
well, and the
potheads
have a pretty consistent message too, like leave us alone, leave us alone, leave us alone, leave us alone,
right?
Leave us alone, right? And that won eventually in 2 states.
Right, which goes along with what the doctor was saying there, and you know, a consistent message, which is the hard thing to do as being part of the gun community, because you know, one of the basic tenets of politics is if you don't define yourself, your enemy will do it for you, right? And so if
well, but
we
maybe
can't
that's
define
the way to do it, though. We're not the enemy. Leave us alone. We're not the enemy. Leave us alone. We're not the enemy. Leave us alone.
See,
maybe if we just like you think there's too much crime, like, so why are you taking? Yeah, I don't know.
There it is. Now you're tracking.
Yeah. I like it, and that's something that it would be, I think, at least possible or plausible for everybody to get behind? And it's tough because I guess I can't put my head behind. We keep calling them whatever FUDs or whatever, the hunters that don't care. I guess that's probably still out there, but I mean I don't meet them too often. I do meet the guys that don't like Glocks, or whatever, don't like a particular brand or don't like ARs or whatever. But at least I guess I haven't had the conversations where somebody's like, well, I'm willing to throw AR owners under the bus so that they leave me my bolt action alone. That at least I haven't heard it vocalized, that blatantly.
I actually have, to be honest with you.
Okay.
My father-in-law is that way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and that's the thing. And I don't know, but I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, is that enough people that? I mean, they are definitely a facet or a fraction of gun owners, but are they enough to sway it at this point? Do you think, in other words, of the 5 million NRAs members, that that's still like 4 million of them, and there's only 1 million of us that actually are all about Second Amendment type of stuff, or? Because I mean, I think I know everybody, most people I know are NRA members, so I've got to assume new points of view, new blood's getting in there.
Well, one of the points that you'd brought up earlier was changing people's mind and getting the people in the middle. And the you brought up the occupiers, right? You're starting to see, at least I am, in the millennials, they're becoming deeply concerned with losing their rights, and so it would be pretty easy to play to that market with the Second Amendment as a right that's going away.
Like the First Amendment is the internet. The Second Amendment is the thing that keeps our internet free. And get on board. Yep. You already know about guns. You know that you're not. They tell you you're violent because of your video games, and you're not. So why are they letting you? Why are they letting you tell us that we're violent because of our guns? Get a gun
that whole brilliant exchange when the Biden pulled out that whole double barrel shotgun and the fucking air nonsense. Remember that famous fucking bullshit from maybe a year ago?
Two-barrel Biden.
Yeah, that whole thing was started by a YouTuber, like a millennial YouTuber who he doesn't do gun videos. He's just a fucking, his whole thing he does is all based around just talking to kids about stuff that's going on in the world and blah, blah, blah. But he's also very, he's talked about it a couple of times that he's very for the Second Amendment because, and there's a lot of people like him that you would not think by looking at them that they would, but they are. They would be, but they totally are. And some kid that none of us have ever met wouldn't even think if we saw him. Totally got Biden to say the stupidest fucking thing. I mean, to put his foot so squarely in his mouth, basically,
and directly on target, pun intended, so that we can use the ammunition, pun intended, to fight back, or no, to shoot back.
Yeah, I mean, that was such good ammunition for us, for him to be so squarely fucking stupid and called out by a millennial, some kid that you would not think would be.
And it wasn't because it wasn't somebody who's like a gun guy. It wasn't like, oh, that gun guy got him with some sort of crazy logic. No, it was like some kid who doesn't even care either way tripped him up.
It's the freedom, stupid, right? There it is.
Both you or anybody hasn't read these two articles that I just linked on the side should read them. They're both really amazing. And the Forbes one I linked in Gun Channels a while ago. This new Examiner one is something I found earlier today that is pretty interesting. But there's a lot of solid facts in both these articles and it's broken down very, especially that Forbes one. The guy that they are. The article's basically about will not take money from any pro-gun. He won't take money from anybody, but I forgot how he gets his money to do the things he does. But he doesn't take money from pro-gun side because he doesn't want anybody to be like, this guy's opinion is swayed by money from the pro-gun side, so he won't take money from anybody, pro or anti. And so,
he does called a shill.
Yeah, he does all his research is totally like. It's just he's doing it's real research from a real place, not funded by anybody, and it all comes out in our favor of everything we're talking about right now. It all points to everything we've always been arguing. But this guy in particular is, the other side can say whatever they want about us because you're biased. know, you guys are this, you guys are that. Well, this guy isn't. This guy is just a researcher who does research, and he researched this whole argument, and it all points to everything we're saying, and we've always been saying, to be 100% true. You know, it's a really interesting article. You guys should read it. Anyway,
All right,
I gotta go.
I just wanted to say, all right, my bad, Chris.
No,
I wanted to say I respect that guy for not taking money from the gun industry, but I am more than willing to be a puppet of a gun industry if they want to give me a lot of money.
I was going to say is we need people like Marco to get these younger folks in line. That's what we need. More Marcos.
Skinny jeans wearing hipsters.
Never
with tiny dogs.
But no, I want to touch on a little bit what like G-Web said as far as, you know, so we got a lot of people on one side, we got a few people on the other side, and there's a whole bunch of people in the middle. You guys touched on millennials, and you guys also touched on the way the pot platform passed in certain other states. But what I say is, look at what the pot platform, whether they hitch themselves to or what other people who are pro-pot hitch themselves to. So they have other related issues. So people that are pro-pot are generally pro other things, and you can generalize that any which way you want. You can rattle them off any which way.
Answer.
The people that are in the middle, generally don't jump on, let's say, the pro-gun bandwagon, I would say, because it's against a lot of millennials' beliefs to go right, let's just say, to go right in general. And even if
so
you had
not the gun thing, it's just that they assume it's a right issue and they're not going to touch right issues.
Well, it's I don't care about guns, but I do care about gay rights. I do care about, you know, immigration reform. I do care about this. I do care about that. I do care about this. So even the people that don't care about pot, because honestly, not 50% of the population actually smokes pot. Let's get real, but they care about other things that pot smokers do care about. So I don't think I'm saying this correctly, and
I don't think people were like, oh, I'm pro your pot initiative because I'm pro gay rights and I think you're pro gay rights. They were like behind pot because they were behind the freedom to be able to not. Well, they were either behind the freedom of somebody to be able to do what they want, or and probably more, at least the people that don't give a damn either way on pot, were probably like, let's get people out of jail, so it's pointless.
Right.
So we're spending too much money on this.
And also, like, they were probably I'm sorry, Sandy, but they were probably pro-freedom on something else, and the person that they voted for just happened to be pro-pot. You see what I'm saying? So it's not really a direct correlation.
Oh, for candidates rather than initiatives, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but rather than make it a right issue or a left issue, if you make it a freedom issue, you're going to appeal to a lot more people. And really, it should the politics of it shouldn't be left or right. I mean, when it comes right down to it, we have one Constitution, we have one Bill of Rights, no matter what your political persuasion is.
But Sandy,
Yankee typifies it.
So, all right. So let me ask you this, because you live in a pretty liberal part of the country. How many times do you tell somebody, "Oh, I'm pro-gun," and they instantly label you a Republican? How often does that happen to you?
I tell them that, and they label me, and I don't give a shit.
No, but that's the problem, is that these people in the middle instantly assume as soon as you're pro-gun, it means that you're anti-gay.
I want to take that back. Okay, I want to take that back only to say that, you know, I'm not that abrupt. I was just being kind of a dick there. Typically, when I talk about guns, you know, first of all, I don't just bring it up, right? If it happens to come up, I'll talk about it, you know, talk about this or that, and I don't make it a right or left issue. I make it a, hey, this is kind of a cool thing to be able to go out and shoot a nice tight group or whatever, right?
Same thing. I mean, I never bring up the right or left issue, but they do.
Yeah, I try to avoid that like the plague, because you're right. I do live in a fairly liberal part of the country. However, this liberal part of the country has a pretty high population of gun owners. There are the Oregon Constitution. It pretty much is as far as Second Amendment goes. Our Second Amendment is actually more strict than the federal Second Amendment, and so, you know, we have it actually pretty good here. If you try to take people's guns in Oregon. It's not going to happen. If they thought they could get away with that here, that bill up in Washington would be playing down here this cycle. So, I don't know what happened to Washington, because Washington was pretty much the same way. But I don't know. It could be a trend that's coming to a town near you. I hate to say it.
No, I don't think so.
But as far as
getting a bull or something, I think it's because they had a lot of money, and I don't think I tend to think after we've had the discussions about it that those rich guys put down their money because they don't care about that money and they didn't care about the issue. I think that that's justified, but if they cared about the issue, they have plenty more money to put down and really make it happen. But I think the overwhelming amount of money and no resistance is going to potentially let it go through. But I don't think that necessarily can apply everywhere, because if it could, Bloomberg would be making at least a dent, and he's not. So I think that was manipulated. And
I apologize for getting off track there. As far as the make it a right or left issue, we lose if we make it a right or left issue every time. Is the point I was trying to make.
For sure, and I think you're right. We just need to make everything like a free issue or not, and then once we get enough people thinking about being free.
So,
on that same line, though, Sandy.
I was going to say, unless you're running for office, we're not making it an issue, dude. Like, they're making it an issue. Some Democrats run on that. Some don't. Some don't even mention it. So right now, there's some that are running on, like, I'm pro-gun, and I won't even admit I voted for Obama, and they're Democrats. They're pro-gun, or they say they are. But
well, they're probably pro-gun when they think it's a help. I mean, they're politicians, so they're whores. They're gonna, if they're pro-gun, it's because they think it's helping them, and if they say nothing, it's because they don't care because it's not helping them.
So, I mean, make it an issue. I would say let's, if we had an opportunity to ask who is running, what they feel about it, and if they said, hey, I would love to take all of your guns and all of your self-defense rights away, and you want to vote for that person, go for it, because they might be for whatever, you know what I mean? Like you're so pro whatever else they're for, you're willing to do that. That's cool, but don't fucking bitch about it, dude. When they take your guns away. And New York Safe Act 2, I just read an article about it. He says he will pass it, Governor Cuomo in New York, as soon as he gets reelected. It is micro-stamping. It is insurance policies for private citizens that own guns. It is ridiculous. It is like it is going to basically, you can forget about owning guns in New York.
So basically, it's basically what he did before, like it's like this. People protested, oh, you don't like it? Well, fuck you. I'm going to make this even harder for you guys. Ha kind of attitude.
Look,
is that it?
Yeah, look, like it's basically like this. You voted for him. He did that. You reelect him. He's telling you what he's going to do if you reelect him. He already announced it. So if New York Safe Act 2 is, you have to, as a gun owner, you have to have an insurance policy, $1 million insurance policy. As a gun store, you need to have $1 million insurance policy for every kind of, you're responsible for the gun you sold, basically. I know that's probably going to get knocked out, it's not constitutional or whatever, but these are what he's pushing forward. Micro-stamping on all ammunition, micro-stamping on guns, child-proofing guns. If your gun isn't child-proof, you're not going to be able to sell it in New York.
So if you want to use a revolver, you have to push down and turn the cylinder.
Exactly. I mean, it's a wrap. So anyway, so if he's making it an issue, not us as voters. So if you want to vote for him because he might be pro-gay marriage, and that's something that you're about, go ahead. I'm not going to blame you at all. But don't bitch if you're a gun owner, dude, and start talking about I'm a gun owning person and shit.
So check this out, like you said it right there. If you're a gun owner, so we're talking about the people in the middle, which make up the majority of the people that we're trying to influence. Because obviously, like if you're a gun owner, like you're already going to vote one way. The point is that issue itself, that micro stamping or that Safe Act 2 policy or whatever. That's probably only like 2% of his votes. How many people really care that much to solely vote on anti-gun rights? Not that many. It's the list of his other platform issues that just happen to get him elected, or I mean, like I'm not gonna say that happen to get him elected, that do get him elected, and that small little major piece of his, well, like to him it's major, personally it's major to him, but that part of his platform does not get him elected. No one gets elected on an anti-gun campaign.
So what's your point, though?
So my point is,
I beg to differ. Not in the in a state like that. No, there are people that
onto other pro issues. Become pro everything, because right now the pro gun issue by itself is not going to get you the votes that you need. You have to hook it up to other pro issues. Go pro.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
There's nobody that's running on just pro gun that I'm aware of, though.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, nobody.
And the people that we would think or we would hope are pro gun, they basically don't mention guns. They just basically, well, if they're confronted with the question, they'll say, well, I'm not for another assault weapons ban, or they'll say, well, I will do everything I can to protect your rights, unlike this opponent who's out there saying... I am
pro-children. Thank you for asking me the question about guns.
It's ridiculous, man. So anyway, people vote because they're Democrats.
It's scary to know the ones that don't address it are the scariest, because then we're ignoring the issue and not addressing it. It's not spelled out in black and white like you're saying. Then we get them in there, and it turns out they're one of the floppy ones that gives us the Hughes Amendment or something.
Well, that's part of my problem with the whole strategy in the first place, is why, as the public, the voting public, why let them decide what they're running on? You can turn around and say that their gun policy doesn't get them elected. Well, whose fault is that? Okay, we need to be more offensive about the fact that, no, this gun policy is what's going to not get you elected.
Exactly. This is what's going to stop you from getting elected, because we're going to make sure people know that you're a freaking Nazi or whatever.
You don't get to tell us what's important to us. We are telling you, well, like I said, when I went over that in the beginning of the chat before DB came in, Cuomo didn't take responsibility even for this. Now, obviously, there's a new article where he says he's most definitely going to pass this. Now it's up to us to say vocally, now that you've admitted that, you're done, you're over, you may as well drop out now, you will never get elected. Okay, but as long as we let them dictate what platform they're running under to us, it becomes too easy to paint that emotional do it for the children argument. We need to be more offensive about it. Your platform's based on what we want, not what you feel like giving us.
But what the people want, so once again, guns to me is such a small issue when it comes to a party platform thing, is that the people care about everything else. So they're not even listening to when he says anti-gun, anti-gun. Very small percentage of people are actually listening to him when they say anti-gun policies. It's everything else that he's passing.
Marco, I'm agreeing with you 100. I'm agreeing with you 100%, and I'm saying that that's where the problem is. The problem is that we have allowed it to be a small issue to him.
Yeah, they give us speeches. We don't demand that they answer our questions. They should be up there to, cue our A's. They shouldn't be up there to just give us their little speech and we allow it and then we cheer when we're given the applause sign. Are we there as their audience, or are we there as their employers that they're trying to buy, sell us on their job?
But as far as gun owners in New York alone,
ARQs, thanks.
You know what I'm saying? So once again, on that sole issue, even gun owners alone can't get him to shut up, because once again, that's such a small percentage. So we're only concentrating on our own personal issues, and we're not hitching our issue to other wagons to make it a rolling movement.
Well, all right, but I ain't planning on that. So, what are you talking about?
And the other thing, it's dangerous to hitch your issues to other wagons,
right?
In one certain respect, and because all you have to do, especially down south, is go to a gun rally, and what you find out is that it's not a gun rally; it's a fundamental Christian rally. Okay,
exactly. Yeah,
you have to be. You have to be very careful. Okay, because push comes to shove. Okay, the people that you think are on your side will abandon you if they have some other issue that's more important to them. So if you're like, what is that, the Pink Pistols, if you're gay and you support gun rights, when push comes to shove and somebody's got a gun to your head, pardon the expression, which side are you going to pick? Okay? Well, you know what? I would venture to guess that a majority of those people are going to take the gay issue over the gun rights issue. okay? Because they can live without their guns, but they can't live without being gay. And that goes for any time that you try to join forces with somebody. So you have to be aware of the fact that...
Well, we're already losing that fight based on that front alone. Based on that front alone, because the gun culture is seen as anti-gay.
No.
Yes.
Maybe. Maybe, but that's... All right.
No.
Dude, the Republican Party is seen as anti-gay, racist, rich, old white men who fucking
the
hate
Republicans
whatever.
are seen as that, and we're seen as the Republican. But the fact that there's
like, how many people?
The fact that there's other people or Democrats that are whatever, left, whatever, that are out there being pro-gun is going to help prove to people to the people in the middle that just assume that we're right, that ain't the case. But unfortunately, it's like you said, people just don't care, so they don't care to know if they're right or wrong with what we are. It's up to us to shout at the rooftops that we ain't just right. We are correct, but we're not always right.
And along those lines, I would argue with G-Web and say, if we stop trying to make allies and just make our voices vocal as far as we decide what's going to get you elected or what's not going to get you elected, I think if we exercise that power in the realm of gun ownership, then all of these sympathetic other people with similar but different issues will be empowered by that as well to stand up. You know, like I said,
maybe. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, G-Web.
Maybe Google Plus has actually given us one decent thing, although nobody uses Google Plus to use the analogy, but it's like those circles. Like, you can be in the gun owner circle, but that doesn't exclude you from being in the Democrat circle or the gay circle or the I like golf circle or whatever weird circle you want to be in, or other circle you want to be in. And maybe that's all we need to do, is just let people know, like, hey, this is there's people that have this issue, but it doesn't exclude them from having other issues. And the fact that you're going to, again, pointing at the antis, the fact that you're going to try to say that we are all this or that, F you. We're everybody.
Exactly, and to put it in a parallel, I think the easiest way to do that is, once again, to be vocal and to be on the offensive will let all those other people, quote unquote, come out of the closet. It's like, people are proud to be gay, but they're not proud to be a gun owner. People are proud to be black or Hispanic or whatever, but they're not proud to be a gun owner. It's like gun ownership is the closeted aspect.
We just had the gay parade where I live.
But that's because they have excellent PR against us. We just need to do better PR against their PR. Because you're right, we should be able to sit up and have a gun parade and have everybody join in.
The President of the United States waited till his second term, running for second term, to even come out for gay marriage. So it's not even like, he said himself, and everyone else in that higher leadership of that party always said, we believe marriage is for the, traditional marriage and traditional relationships and whatever. So that is even late term for them to come out for gay marriage. On the other side, the other party, whatever, most of the gun grabbers. But I understand, like, I'm for gay marriage too. But when you kept saying that, G-Webs, before, like, we need something like, every time you were wrapping up, it sounded like you were going to say, like, we are the 5 million members of the NRA. You've seen these new ads about the NRA? They're excellent. They are super excellent. It's like different people. Well, it runs on Fox. I don't think it runs on anything else, which is fucked up too. Because why are you preaching to the choir? Like, if I'm watching Fox the 5, like, if it's running on Fox, like, I was like, wow, that ad is cool. But you should spend money on MSNBC, because maybe they don't take their money. I don't know. I watch NBC too, but, like, it's just, like, crazy because those ads are so good, and they only have 5 million members. And if it's like, that is like it's like a non-domination church or whatever, where, like, gay people can go to church even if they want to. You know what I mean? Like, the NRA should just be that. Like, we're not Republican, we're not Democrat, liberal, conservative. This is for real. One organization that we're pro-gun. Join us. You can join us and whatever else and be another member at whatever.
So what they want to point here,
the fuzzies or whatever they're called.
I think running an ad, so the NRA running an ad on Fox is going to be much cheaper for them than running an ad on MSNBC, and that's if MSNBC wants to run a gun ad, which I doubt that's the case. Secondly, I think
they won't even run it on NB.
I'm sorry?
They won't even run it on NBC, let alone MSNBC.
Yeah.
That would be super
sorry,
expensive. Yeah.
But the issue is that, in my opinion, so for a long time I was not into guns. I wasn't necessarily anti-gun, but the perspective of someone that's outside of guns of the NRA is that it's so political and so partisan, and so I think that their reputation in that regard is really scarred, and I don't know. I think it'd be very difficult for the NRA to try to approach the middle ground. I mean, you have other things like the Second Amendment Foundation, which seem to be less partisan. But I mean, thinking about the NRA, I remember whenever Obama was running for re-election, what was that, 2012, and by that time I was into guns, and I apparently was somehow on one of the NRA's mailing lists. And I would get emails constantly about Obama, right? So it's like this constant barrage of political emails when that's not the kind of political stuff I want from the NRA. So if the NRA is going to try to take that approach, they have a long way to go, in my opinion.
Well, they got to let you know, really, because honestly, these people out here, we talk about issues. No, a lot of people are just voting because they're just voting for the party. They just click the ticket, so they don't really know anything else. You know what I mean? So the NRA is just telling you, look, you don't have to do that, but this person's really bad. This is what this person said about guns. This is their agenda about guns. They're not emailing us about. At least, well, I want to say this. At least they're not emailing us about gay marriage. It's the fucking NRA. You know what I mean? They're only going to email you about some gun shit. They're not going to.
Is that Mitt Romney was more or less pro-gun control, and we never received emails about anything regarding him. He was never, as far as I know, he was never pro-gun. Never had that position, and everything was very anti-Obama, not anti-Obama and anti-Romney. So it seems like it was very. Like they're trying to target a GOP base.
Yeah, but it's like this. Sometimes you gotta take people on face value, and when one person says, "Well, if you elect me president, I'm not gonna try to limit your Second Amendment," the other guy says, "I'm gonna." So.
Well, again, that's what we were having back then, is that it was in the Democratic Party platform. They get together, they write a platform every time to say this is what the person that we elect is there to do. We're going to elect somebody to represent the party, and this is what the party is. So when they did that, the Democratic one said, we are going to remove firearms from society, and the Republican one said, specifically, we're not going to touch guns. They made a point of not ignoring it. They didn't say nothing. They said, we're not going to touch them. That would have meant Romney would have had to go in and go against his party on the first term in office, and everybody was, assuming that, that at the same time Obama could have just done nothing and gone ahead and followed his plan. He would have been doing what he said he was going to do. Luckily, he didn't do it in the first election.
Yeah, I think it was the second debate, first or second debate. It came when they did the town hall debate. It was a question from the audience, and Obama answered the question, and Romney answered the question, and they answered them differently. So at that point, that's it. You got to take them on face value.
When you were talking about it before, it makes me think that maybe instead of looking at it like there's people that are pro-freedom and guns, and then there's a couple of people that are anti-freedom and guns, and then there's a whole bunch of people in the middle. That's true, or whatever, obviously, but maybe we have to look at it like there are X amount of people that vote, and of those people that actually vote, this much of them we already got them, this much of them we'll never get, and let's look at those people in the middle who vote. So, we know there's that middle people that are on the fence. Maybe if we look at the actual people who are on the fence that get out and vote,
that's
we'd
exactly
have a better,
what I was trying to say.
Better look than just targeting to everybody who's on the fence, because there's a whole bunch of people who are on the fence that are never going to vote, so we're wasting our efforts.
All right, so everyone on the panel, think of someone like a friend that you know that isn't a gun owner, doesn't really care about gun owners, and think about an issue that they would probably vote on, and I guarantee you it's not on the same ticket that's probably pro-right. I'm sorry, that's probably pro-gun. Everyone that I can think of that doesn't care about guns, that's an actual voter, will vote for 5 other issues that's on the other ticket that is not on the pro-gun ticket.
Well, one of our problems is that we've got people that are voting. Most people, I think, that vote are either voting to get the government off of their damn back, or to give the or to make the government give them more into their pocket. Right? It's either what you're taking from my pocket or what you're giving to my pocket. And all the people in the middle that aren't getting affected too bad either way are like, I don't care about the government. It's not bothering me, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like it's the other social issues that will get their vote. Because I mean, like honestly, like no one really. I mean, like the people in the middle, like at least I don't know. I mean, like at least like my circle of friends. You know, the government's gonna run. The government's gonna run. You know what I'm saying? Like no one really sees direct effect in their day-to-day lives. But it's the other little social issues that they will vote for that either directly affects them or
global
they have
warming.
or like even something as ironic as that. The point
No, that's not ironic. That's a huge thing.
Well, I mean,
that's what they're told from kindergarten, and their little cartoons about how the polar, the ice caps are melting and stuff.
That's fine. So like,
literally,
we could count on 2 hands. We could count on 2 hands probably every single issue that is important to either side, like global warming, gay rights, immigration reform. I don't know,
taxes,
like that. You know, tax. They're not going to say higher taxes. Yeah, military cuts. And leading,
Social Security,
whatever.
You guys still say that one.
Then there's the other one: lower taxes, tax cuts for the rich, right? Like trickle down economics, like that. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to think the stuff on the right.
The stuff on the right isn't well. Okay.
I'm trying to think what they are pro. And that's the problem. Like they're pro lower taxes
the right
for the rich.
Is pro. Leave me alone already. That's pretty much what it seems like. Most people on the right are just uniformly saying, when are you going to figure out that by taking more and more money and giving it to an inefficient government, you don't get anything more out the other end? You just waste more money in the smokestack of government.
Yeah. I'd say like true libertarians should be like this. Like we don't want government in our business. Legalize drugs, gay marriage is fine. Do whatever you want. Like, Second Amendment, great. Let's follow the Constitution, whatever. But then smaller government, and then when it comes to foreign policy, a lot of times it falls apart because they're basically like, fuck the world, we're not going to deal with it. Yeah. And that's not our place in the world to deal with other places' problems. And then they lose out on the middle ground that's like, damn, well, I'm not sure if I'm going to watch the world burn, and we're just going to stay in America and like be cool with that. I know like a lot of people had a problem in my family with Ron Paul. Like they liked everything he said, except when he started talking about like foreign policy of like, fuck the world. We're just going to bring everybody home and we'll make a bubble around
honestly,
America. And that'll be it.
I hear that, and I'm not an isolationist myself. But on the other hand, when you have to look at like reality, what did we get? Well, we got a guy who just continued to do all the stuff it seemed like a lot of people hated what Bush was doing. So it's not like we got somebody who gave us an alternative to that. I think that in Paul, again, in reality, he's got the president, I should say, has in the position of things, but just do something what should I say, reaching as bringing everybody home. I mean, you could try to do stuff like that, but you're going to get resistance is what I'm getting at. So anyway, what could he have realistically done, even though his goal is, or his opinions are, extreme? It doesn't mean that he's able to immediately take office and do all these extreme things. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of people ended up writing them off because of the whole, it's too comfortable, like it's too risky. If we vote for somebody who's outside the 2 options, we're throwing our vote away. I better hurry up and vote for one of the 2 options so that at least my side of the 2 options, I have a chance of my side getting heard.
I mean, I don't know what Marco, like the people in the middle, by the end of like an election cycle, and they're still in the middle, and I don't even believe them anymore. Like when at the last like week of that whole cycle, you're not sure who you're going to vote for? Are you serious? Like after 3 debates, then don't even vote. You know what I mean? Like don't even bother. Like what is important to you? You know what I mean? Like, or just go vote for Gary Johnson, the true libertarian candidate, and be happy with that. That's fine. But like the people in the middle, they're so wishy-washy that I don't even believe them half the time, dude. Like towards the end, it's like, what's important to you? Well, climate change. I want the government to regulate what size car you're going to drive. Rich people make too much money. I'm for gay marriage and all that stuff.
Well, rich people keep too much of their money, and that's greedy. They shouldn't really keep that much.
Right. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that where it's like they're not paying their share fair. I'm like totally dyslexic. They're not paying their fair share and all that stuff. That's like a platform. You know what I mean? Like that's like what they run on. Like that's a huge thing.
Yeah, it's weak. They dumb the kids down so that they don't know what they're, how the world works, and then they cater to a bunch of people that they get to point the finger at a few people.
It's like what are the hot button issues? Unfortunately, we're like into something that's the Second Amendment. It's not the 20th, but like what was I going to say? It's like the you say
the Second Amendment isn't as good as the First Amendment because it's second, not first.
It's like we're pro like one of the hot button issues is basically like abortion. We're going to make homosexuality illegal. Like we're going to bring back the abortion make it abortion illegal, and we're going to kick all the illegal immigrants out of the country. And I mean, like we're on these issues that are like no matter which,
put us on the
it's
shit
all
end
bullshit.
Of stuff.
Exactly.
We're
like
stuck in with the regulation of tobacco and alcohol, so two vices. Yeah, we're put in with when we get scolded for being enthusiasts of our hobby. We're put in with criminals and psychopaths. And when we're talking about politics, we're in with racists and the.
In order to turn abortion illegal again, because they love to scare you with the abortion shit, that would take another amendment. You know how hard that is. To take away the Second Amendment, that would take another amendment. So we're in these issues that are basically fucking impossible. Like it's impossible for them to revoke the Second Amendment. It'll be impossible. They'll just regulate it. And most of us live in states where that's impossible. And like abortion, you can forget it. Abortion's going to be legal. If you live in a state that has it regulated to the part where like you gotta drive like 3 hours for your girlfriend to get an abortion, well, that's fucked up. You know what I mean? But it's not nationwide. You can cross state lines and go get an abortion at a clinic if that's so important. You know, gay marriage was fucked up. The entire country was fucked up with it. So, and just until recently, like even the Democratic Party pretty much was like, hey, we're not so sure. They just kind of made up their mind like in 2012 about it.
Yeah, but DB, if you look at it from the standpoint of what you just said, California is California. Now we have Cuomo coming out with the SAFE Act too. New Jersey, forget it. Connecticut is getting just as bad. So yeah, Constitutional Convention to repeal the Second Amendment probably never going to happen. However, you can't just turn around and say that, right now you may be able to drive across state lines and get an abortion, and that's never going to go away. The Second Amendment's never going to go away. Well, it may never be erased from the piece of paper, but for all practical purposes, we have states that are proving right now that in practice, it can go away.
There's a race of limiting to a point where it's more of a hassle to exercise the right than it is to,
right, or too costly.
Basically, it is too costly or too sensitive. That's what they do.
Well, when you said that the way you said that too, DB, it makes me think. I don't think that the Democrats, because it seems to be the Democrats that championed the whole gay thing, it's not that the Democrats said, you know what would be better for the whole country? I think it's the gay, whatever, are they a community or a culture, whatever they are, like, they got together and said, hey, we exist, quit, quit, like, stepping on our rights or whatever. So that the Democrats looked around and said, oh, well, we can't not listen to these guys. They are telling us, they're proving to us that they're a percentage of our voting numbers or whatever. Sort of what you were saying earlier. We have to get up and tell them what is their platform or what's their policy that they care about. You know what I mean? So I think that, again, we can learn from that. We need to stand up and tell them, like, no, it ain't the NRA. it's us. You reference the NRA again. You're wrong. It's us. The NRA represents us the same way that you represent us, except that you are forcing us to take our money where we voluntarily give it to the NRA.
It's like what Stephen was saying. Is like basically the NRA needs a facelift, and then I know they're trying, and they really need to. They need to outreach to the urban community, you know, to young minorities. They need to outreach to the gays. They need to outreach to poor communities. They need to do all of that. They need a facelift. They only got 5 million people in it. Imagine if they had 10 or 15. It would be freaking scary. Imagine if out of 10 million of them, 1 million of them were gay, or 2 or 3 million. Like, you know what I mean? Who knows? I don't even know what the stat is.
And then would they be able to go after them and say the NRA is all this or all that?
Well, hell no. You know, not only that, I think
3% could stand up and go, or what am I then?
Do you see how you guys are proving my point about hitching yourself to a different wagon, or
well, you can't hitch it.
No.
I'm not saying it's not even an issue.
Proving a lot of things, but ain't one of them your point.
No, I'm just saying that it's not hitching it to another issue. It's just outreaching that single issue, but going to different people and doing that outreach. That's necessary, man. I mean, it's really important. And you're right. That facelift of like, well, NRA is just old white racist men that are scary. I mean, I've seen this over and over again. The NRA is racist. Like it was just an article on the Bank Switch. It was just like, wow, there's just a bunch of racist white men in that NRA, and how terrifying it would be if black people were open carrying. I wonder if the attitude would be the same. They'd probably be terrified.
Snap.
You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Wait a minute. That makes me. I'm sorry to interrupt, but what about if the whole Texas long arm? Well, let's see, Texas open carry of long arms was 100% black dudes or black people, black men and women. Would they have been able to give it the same thing, like the same like media? I don't want to say scrutiny because it was condescending. You know, it was like the implication
racist.
that it would. No, it wasn't racist. But I'm saying, would they have even addressed it?
See, but here's the problem. That just happened down here, like not 2 months ago. There was an open carry rally in a black community of black open carry supporters, and
Awesome.
And whoever the quote-unquote self-proclaimed representatives were of Texas open carry went to have a meeting with them to show support. And the black open carry community pretty much chased them out of it and told them that they didn't want them in their open carry rally.
Well, that's fine. If they want to keep it their group, that's fine. Well, who cares? But I think that's awesome.
I think it actually makes a stronger message if they just did it themselves, and I'm sad that they didn't get national attention.
Yeah, it makes
that
a
right there is a
giant
crime
point.
shame. That's the
That
crime thing about it.
like, exactly. Why isn't this getting national scrutiny? Like two-faced news, sons of bitches.
Yeah, I've never heard about it.
Go to websites news. How about them apples?
Yeah.
GWN.
Oh, my point was before. If
I'm not really doing
if the
that much
NRA
stuff on
had,
the internet. Maybe I should start a news network.
oh yeah, I just got the email. I was going to say imagine if the NRA was like 20 million people, and it was like out of that 20 million, they couldn't. Dude, I think eventually
They wouldn't be able to move. There'd be so many guns on the street. We would be elbow to elbow.
I don't know about that, but I know politicians would be fucking terrified to open their mouth.
People would be having gunfights in the streets because you'd be carrying openly on both sides, and they'd always be bumping into each other. Like, you got your freaking Glock over on 1911.
Like, remember the Mother Jones?
1911 all up in my Glock.
Remember the Mother Jones leak when they caught Mitt Romney in a closed-door meeting talking about like poor people or something, and that really fucked them. But you'd be seeing shit like that. Like, they would only be able to talk about anti-gun. They would only be able to talk about anti-gun agenda stuff in private meetings in top secret locations, and they'd have videos being leaked, and they would be like, "Oh my God, this is a disaster for us." Like, our secret gun control meeting is on CNN right now, and it would suck. That's the way it should be.
And like G-Web said earlier, you have to treat the NRA like it's just another part of the political machine, because that's all it is. They are not altruistic. They are a corporation. They have corporate guidelines, corporate edicts, and they're part of the political machine. So if you want that change, you have to be vocal about that change with the NRA and say, hey, you know what? this is it. This is where we want to take it. This is where it's going to go. And if not, you're going to lose members. You have to want to play that card, because if not, you keep joining. They keep asking for money, and they keep doing things that everybody says doesn't represent us fairly. And it's about time, once again, that those tables got turned, like G-Web said earlier. The politicians serve us. The NRA serves us. We signed up for you to do what we want, not for you to tell us what's good for us and what compromises we should make.
Good point.
No, but DB's right. Those new Fox News commercials, them joints are tight. Them joints are really tight.
Dude, I didn't even know what the fuck the ad was about. I didn't know I was watching the ad like, whoa, what the fuck is this?
I recognized the voice because it was
What are you talking about?
The NRA ad.
Colin Noor did one, and so did the little nerdy guy.
Dom Rosso did one, and a woman did one. Some woman I never even heard of did one.
Yeah, I saw that. You talking about the horse face chick, right?
Yeah, it was like, and then by the end of the ad, you're like, what is this? This is cool. Like, I don't know what, and then it was like, we're the 5 million members of the NRA. Like, you should
somebody
join.
got a link? Because I'm super curious about these.
It's got to be on their fucking website somewhere.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, there's a lot of
guy's
other
name?
things.
What's
Dom
the
Rosso.
No, the nerdy guy.
Oh, Billy Watson or some shit. His fuck is I don't know.
You find me the name, and I'll find you the fucking video.
That guy is amidst the noise.
I didn't see that one. I didn't see his. I don't really like that guy, but if I'm sure
you don't like him because Yankee doesn't like him, and you do whatever Yankee does.
No, I liked his first video, and then it just kind of jumped the shark after that. Just like enough.
I definitely I know what you're saying, but I still like that these. Whatever his audience is different than my audience, I figure. So, and it's different than Noir's, and that's different than Hickok, and that's different than everybody.
Now, I have to throw this out here because I don't think I'm following you along. When I had mentioned the open carry thing that they had down here, if we're talking about more unity and support and coming together as a community, why would you think it's a better message that they wanted to segregate this?
Well, I think it's cool to be together on the front, but if that specific thing was like, I don't know, like if it was a block party, I wouldn't want the NRA coming in and going, this is the NRA block party. But like, no, dude, this is our block party. Get the hell out. And, we're friends, but that doesn't mean you get to crash my block party. That's all I'm saying. If it was like I don't know what we're talking about. I'm assuming maybe it was a group or like a club or I don't know. Like people that live together.
It was a local community who were having a take back their community, anti-crime, and part of that was open carry. As far as them, taking back their neighborhood, and like I said, they had, and it was on the local news here. They had a meeting in a park where the representatives of Texas Open Carry went and sat down and talked to them, and I mean it literally got like hostile and violent, and to me it was just absolutely no show of unity whatsoever. And so, like I said, I was just curious as to what your perspective is on it. I would rather see the rally happen the way it happened than it not happen at all. But my point is, once again, back to that hitching wagon thing, is I don't want to hitch my wagon to anything. I want to be the wagon that everybody else hitches to. And I think that's the attitude that needs to change.
I hear you. And again, I'll just say that if let's say here in Arizona, we've got more than one pro-gun rights organization, and then you've got the NRA. And it's the NRA, the national level NRA, is, I'm going to say, notorious for coming in and patting themselves on the back every time one of our local organizations does something. So we get constitutional carry. NRA is right there in their newsletter saying, thanks to the efforts of members of the NRA, we got constitutional carry in Arizona. Well, okay, that's not technically inaccurate because members of the NRA or members of the group that actually did all the work, went up to there and told, stand in front of the legislature and put the stuff on the ballot and then, petition people to know about it and vote for it. So if you get into a situation like that where somebody, again, if they're, for whatever reason, they're trying to do their event, and then some guy comes down from the national level who I mean, again, who knows what the situation was? It might have just been like, why does this guy want to just show up when there's cameras around? You know, this guy's the guy who got all this negative attention nationally, and now he's right here in front of the cameras when we're trying to do our thing. I mean, I don't know. I'm reading all that into it, but I could see a lot of reasons why an actual event might want to be one group minus all the other groups. But I'm going to go ahead and also assume that, you know, now 3 months later, they're probably on the same side. I don't think that they're rogue. I don't think that, you know, I don't think just because they didn't want to have a photo op with that group while they were doing their event, that doesn't mean that they're not part of the overall pro-gun thing. So I wouldn't fault them for having an issue. And I say shame on the media. If the media shows up at something that's a bunch of minority people doing something where they're trying to say, look, this is our community and blah, 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 and freedom firearms are a part of it, and then the only thing that, or one of the things that the media focuses on is how the gun groups got in a fight about some bullshit, well, guess what? If you have a bunch of car shows, there's going to be Chevy people to fight with Ford people, and it would be bad coverage to just talk about the rivalry between Ford and Chevy when the actual event was there to raise money for charity.
Yeah, because they're trying to ban cars.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
you
So
know what I mean? Like,
if they're getting together to save car cancer, and then they bitch about how Ford and Chevy people hate each other, that's shoddy journalism. So I say, you know, well, I'm not going to say it again. I said it all last time.
Unfortunately, it's also popular journalism because that's what people want to hear. They want to hear the arguments. They want to hear the fights.
Man, I don't know. I don't go for that. I don't know if that's probably a different debate, but when it's all we're fed, sure, we get used to listening to it, and we might even get interested in it a little bit. But that doesn't mean that, you know, 10 years later when there's an internet, that's still what people are going to do. There's going to be some echo of that, but I'm 100% open-minded to the fact that we're going to get past all this like gossipy, you know, National Enquirer bullshit where we care about celebrities. Because look at it already. We got Hickok, we got Eric, you know, just in our little community. We got Tim. In the last 3 years, the thing went from Not and Fancy dominating our little gun community to having 3 major players that dwarf Not and Fancy. And that's just in our little community. And if you would have gone back a year or two before Not and Fancy, you would have had to say that white-haired guy off of the TV, the cable channels would have been like the, you know, the main person, celebrity in the gun community. So just using our little community as a a glimpse at the bigger picture, Hollywood's going to fall fast. I mean, video games are bigger than them financially. Nobody gives a crap about what celebrities do. They're grabbing onto what little they've got left, and all this, you know, TV shows going from scripted entertainment to the you know, the whatever they call the lives. What do they call these live things? Reality type of shows. Reality shows are just big, long YouTube videos that were scripted, and once people figure out that it's more fun to watch regular YouTube people being creative, just regular people, you know, things will change. So, I mean, I'm not going to...
Yeah. I mean, look at how popular that Chopper show got because the father and son were having all these arguments and fights. And...
I say in spite of that. I watched that show with my grandfather because we dug watching The Shop and looking at the different stuff.
Right.
And when that stuff was on, we tolerated it, and we went to the bathroom and peed or whatever. We didn't give a shit about that. When Top Shot's doing the drama, we go in the other room and make a sandwich or whatever.
Yeah, just like you watch Sons of Guns to see him grinding on AKs, not to see the drama of Sons of Guns.
Yeah.
And we tolerate that shit. Like I say, I think that's echoes of the old days. But few.
Well, look at all these shows that are
from the store. We're gonna quit eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches all the
time. Look at the popularity of shows like Survival, Jersey Wives, you know, or you know, all that kind of stuff. That's all so scripted. You know, L.A. Wives. I mean, all this shit's really popular.
They're so popular. I don't even barely know what you're talking about. So I guess you could say they're popular to people that are lazy or tired or sick. I don't know, that don't have a clicker to change the channel.
No, I mean, it's people who will. I mean, there's somebody's watching this shit because they keep making more of it.
All right.
You know?
So what?
It just shows the dumbing down of the civilization.
Yeah.
And speaking of lobby groups, G-Webs, I don't see Florida concealed carry on the schedule. I haven't seen Sean in a bit. You have any idea what's going on with them?
Well, he's still on the schedule. He's more than welcome, but I got to assume that one guy is a lawyer, and I don't know many lawyers that just sit around talking to people on the internet. So I didn't expect him to be on every week just to bullshit. And then I don't know what's going on with Sean. I mean, he might have something to do, or he might have figured, I don't know. I mean, I remember him popping into a few chats, and then I think he popped into a Monday chat, probably not sure if it was his or not, maybe. And we were talking about The Walking Dead like 2 weeks before it was even on, and he didn't stay very long, so he might not just be interested in talking about the random ass shit that happens in the open lobbies or whatever.
I think they might have kidnapped Wesley, and they're on the run when they kidnapped Wesley. What happened to Wesley, dude?
It's true. I haven't seen him in a while either. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's true. Wow.
But it's only been, I mean, we're in here every day, too, so it's only probably been a couple weeks.
That convention was probably, 2 weeks ago? I know that was probably a week long.
27th of September, I think. Same day as the 2 bullpup shoot.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think one of the shittiest parts of going down to Arizona is going to be leaving all my animals at home.
Bring them with you. It'll be like the Canadian.
Oh hell no!
Canadian
Number
art.
one, my family wouldn't let me take them. It's like, no, we can't have one of our animals gone. Well, they said I could take my snake, but I'm
you
not
can leave as long as you want. We don't care. Don't even come back. But you're not taking any of the critters.
Yep. They said I could have my snake, but I mean, snakes. They've got an environment they got to have, right? And I'm going to be towing a trailer in the winter down to Arizona, so I mean, yeah, I wouldn't want to.
The pressure change driving from Phoenix to up here can kill snakes.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
And birds.
Yeah. I'd never own a bird. That's one pet I don't want is a bird.
Your snake is almost a bird.
It's okay, Bob. We got a whole bunch of dogs up here, so you'll be fine.
Oh, good. As long as I got something I can pet. I was actually thinking I'd just see if I could find a stray at one of my first stops. And
well, that's a good idea. Just collect strays as you travel the country.
Yeah. Well, just one, eh?
I can't see any problem with that.
Well, maybe a dog and a cat, yeah. I mean, hell, the trailer's going to be...
Chris, do you have like a fence around your yard so when Bob shows up with dozens of stray dogs, they can hang out in your yard?
This sounds like the Canadian Noah's Ark. This is going to happen. Just bring them all down.
It's like Noah's Ark mixed with Johnny Appleseed in reverse. He just goes around collecting dogs.
Well, boy, I'll tell you, I wish I had one of my cats that I had a long time ago. I'd bring him down. Just let him go free.
Start out with like a skateboard, and then kind of kick along, and then eventually you can get like one of those old peach crates or whatever, apple crates that you can like nail onto the front so you can stand up and scoot along like a scooter, and then you start collecting these stray dogs, and eventually you got a dog team dragging your butt around. And as you get more and more dogs, you can add a little bag in.
If you look at like modern sled dogs, they don't look anything like the Eskimos Huskies anymore.
Bob's will just look like some random kennel or like a dog walking organization.
Oh yeah, I mean, I actually know how to mush.
Not even Malamutes, not even.
Yeah, no, the dog teams they use on those races and everything, they just look like a mix of anything. I mean, they're not purebred huskies and stuff. I guess they just don't have the stamina that these kind of mixed breed things do.
Who are you calling a mixed breed, Bob?
Dogs. Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I never talk about you.
Want to come back to my trailer and pet my snake?
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
Well, yeah, and there you go, right? I mean, that's another thing is, going across the border is going to be weird enough because I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I got a bunch of guns in the trailer, eh?
They're underneath that snake.
Huh. Yeah.
I got me a parts kit today. Daniel Defense lower parts kit, $75. Comes with a Magpul trigger guard, and I'm excited. You know what's funny is because I think the Spike's Tactical lower parts kit was like on AIM Surplus for like $70. It was like a few dollars more. I get the Daniel Defense lower parts kit with the Magpul trigger guard. I'm like, oh, this is the one. This is the one to get.
So where are you going shooting gophers with that thing?
I'm probably just going to try to enhance my skill by shooting dragonflies. I go like a dragonfly. I'm not going to shoot dragonflies. I love dragonflies.
You know what? Your freaking your troops carried that to battle, you idiot.
Your troops carried that to battle. They do battle? What are you talking about? No, they're over there doing their thing. No, yeah, I want to have that built. So.
And so
my first
that was
step.
so funny. I almost plotzed.
I didn't know lower parts kits were so expensive.
What's so funny? You trying to make yourself laugh?
No, it was just
so you say a
Chris.
joke,
You
try
kill me every
to try to
time,
make
man.
yourself laugh, really?
I thought lower parts kits were like $40.
Why?
Like,
How? I was
Why would
trying
you
to
think
be
they're
funny.
$40?
You're being an idiot.
I always thought they were because of Palmetto State, but then I realized that's just Palmetto State. Like that's their brand.
Chris, you're on about a 30 to 45 second delay.
We keep
Oh
it
yeah,
like
you
that.
can see his mouth move after. That's weird.
Bob, your cough is on a 30-second delay.
Bob is 30 seconds
Sorry, guys.
ahead of time somehow. Chris is 30 seconds behind.
My
Equals hilarity.
what do you call this? My internet's being affected. My internet's being affected for some reason.
Solar storms.
So I'm gonna lower my bandwidth.
Solar flares.
I don't know what's going on with my internet, so
Jeez, lungs taste really bad.
I will tell you.
So
well, I
decided,
scored some. I scored some. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I decided not to mount a light to my AK, not to put a rail on it. I'm just gonna duct tape a flashlight to it whenever I need a light.
I thought you were showing us the rail a minute ago.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like how it fits. I don't like that it pulls on the wood. It pulls the two different pieces because they're different widths.
That was the bottom or the top?
It was on. What do you mean?
Is that the top handguard or the bottom handguard?
It was mounted between both.
Oh, I thought you were holding it. What were you? You were showing us the whole gun?
Yeah, it was mounted between in the vent slots on the wood, basically.
Oh. Okay. So then, what's on the other side?
Nothing. It was just mounted with little big washers. Yeah.
Okay.
That they basically it wasn't touching anything. It just clipped to the inside of the wood, but I didn't like the fact that it pulled on the two pieces of wood.
Well, what about going just drilling holes in the piece of wood on one side and attaching it to the handguard?
I thought about that. That was what I was planning to do if I liked having the light on it and stuff, but I don't like it.
Okay, so then have you seen the ones that you take the upper handguard, like the gas tube, off, and then sometimes they will usually replace the wood with a piece of metal?
No.
Shit. I think they were fake, and then they like aftermarket just for the look, and then maybe there was like a German or Chinese or something that really used it. But you know, like a shotgun handguard will just be, or like a barrel shroud will just be sheet metal with a bunch of holes in it.
Yeah.
For heat dissipation. So just imagine that material, if there's a name for that material, with just evenly spaced holes, sort of like diamond plate except with holes instead of ridges. Yeah. And just a series of holes in a pattern, and then just wrapped around where the upper wood would have been. Anyway, that's the style of handguard. I'll take a picture of it so if you don't picture what I'm talking about. But anyway, I would think you could fashion something made out of a piece of metal that mimics the top wood, that gives you basically any point you want to attach to. I don't know. I'm just thinking you're clever enough with your stuff to be able to maybe do something like that to emulate the dimensions of the wood and just use your gas tube.
Oh well, there's definitely room. I mean, I could easily do that. You just use the slots that the wood fits into. I mean, the gas tube.
That's what I mean.
Has its own little frame. So.
Yeah.
I mean, I figure if I'm going to do something like that, I'll just drill the holes in the wood and put the little washers on the other side of the wood. And just screw the rail of the wood. I'm not that big. Not that worried about it. I'm the optimistic type of prepper, hoping that I'll have time to spray paint my guns and stuff afterwards. Like I don't spray paint my guns beforehand or anything. I don't do all my major mods.
So what about? Oh no, this is your PAP, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would work. I mean, the light would mount there, just screwed between the open slots, but I'm not sold on it. And I'd rather just buy a handguard or, like I said, drill holes in the wood and mount it to the wood itself. And I took the fucking folder off. I was having a really hard time with it.
The what?
You think there'd be more of a market for just regular handguards with fucking attachment?
Light mounts.
You know? Yeah.
Yeah, either a light mount or like holes to put a light mount. It makes
The
no
only
sense.
ones I
You
see
only
are
get
like-
rails, period.
Yeah, the only ones I see are like those really cheap plastic, like Geico, whatever. What's it called? Gecko or Israeli, I think. Anyway, I see those kind of guards.
Israeli or like F and then
Well,
CA8, right?
they're real cheap. Is it Mako Group? The Mako Group? They have like.
Is Mako Israeli? I thought Mako was U.S.
Yeah.
Nothing that's made in
it is
Israel
really.
is cheap, man.
Well, no, I just mean it's plastic. I just would like to see like either a polymer with aluminum reinforcement or a wood. I would like wood, like just a wood fucking. I just need a way to attach my goddamn light. That's all. I don't need a fucking Ultimac rail or all this other shit.
Well, duct tape, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really want to drill holes in the wood on my handguards, and I don't really want to, just randomly mount something to it. So I'll just duct tape it there when I need it. I'll wrap some duct tape around the SIG brace or something, or the wrist brace or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I remember when Nothing Fancy did his review, like, was it 5 years ago of the fucking Arsenal. He took the Arsenal handguards. He just drilled 2 holes in there. He fucking he just drilled the holes and put some mount on there, and that was it. And that's
basically
what I'm gonna do if I don't, I wanted to try the Ultimate.
It's a fucking AK. It's not like it's a work of art.
Oh, I see. When I watch these like fucking documentaries, I do see people with fucking duct tape all over their gun, like duct tape to the light. In what was it? In the whole
Syria,
thing.
You look at Syria, all the shit they're making there.
Well, look at any soldier in any open conflict. Everything on them is taped down. I mean.
Oh yeah, exactly.
You tie it and tape it. I mean.
Yeah, and it's it's usually not while it's duct tape. A lot of times it's Gorilla Tape, which is way better.
Yeah, now it's Gorilla Tape. It used to be the green military 100-mile-an-hour tape.
Yeah, but yeah, that Gorilla Tape is just fucking amazing. You can tape something to a cinder block and it'll stick.
Yeah, it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, the shit that was going on in no, it's not Bulgaria, wherever the hell they are, with the Russians.
You guys want some breaking news?
What?
Uzbekistan.
I just got the email right now. Well,
Gun
one
website
Wesley is
news?
alive, turns out. No, this
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
this is head breaking. This is breaking one website's news. The gun rights
You got
policy
the
conference.
What's
I
going on?
ruined it. I ruined the news. The next year's gun rights policy conference is going to be in Phoenix. That's right, in Phoenix. So I will be there. Since I can drive to
sweet.
Phoenix usually.
Well, it'll be one-sided. He'll be on our side.
Yeah, and it's strange because usually they like to do it in places that are, restrictive to. So good. I'm glad they're doing it in Phoenix.
Yeah, but now they're doing it in if there's anything, what do you call this? If anything, we're one of the most pro-gun states out there. So,
Right.
Oh, Sandy, you still here?
Sandy.
He's gone.
Left like 2 hours ago.
I thought Sandy was in here.
I think he's in the
Oh, he
chat
just left.
outside though.
Yeah, because I was going to ask him if they're working on, because Oregon, he said it's great for guns. Are they working on the constitutional, hopefully? So, just a question.
He left the chat 45 minutes ago, according to the list.
Well, I lost count since I'm looking at other things.
You gotta pass this time.
Oh, by the way, let's congratulate Bob. Now he can buy a what's allowed as a pistol in Canada,
Buy
which
an
is
AR?
Now you'll be able to buy a flintlock now. Congratulations.
I don't know. I'll be able to buy an AR. I won't be able to do anything except take it to the gun range, so probably not going to buy one.
Wait, you're saying you got your thing, or they changed the law?
Oh no, I actually got my permit. Yeah. Yeah. Finally.
So now
you're almost kind of like an American now.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
where's the high power, dude?
You know what? I'm really just. I'm thinking the first gun I probably should go with something simple like a 357 Magnum. You know, just a nice 4 1/8 inch barrel or 4 1/4 inch barrel, whatever the law says.
I didn't know Norinco made that.
Oh well, no, I'm thinking it's probably going to be Ruger or Smith. I would prefer a Smith, but if I can get a good deal on a Ruger, I would go a Ruger, and I would go single action or double action. Actually, single action would be fun, and I love cowboy guns.
Seriously, though, that's got to be kind of cool, because look how long we've been talking to Bob, and you just now got this, you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty wild. So that's
yeah, I
fucked
fucked
grown
up the
people, but that's like Christmas, I would imagine.
I fucked up the form, right? Normally it's only about 2 months.
I told you not to poop in the envelope.
No. I actually, instead of writing my full name, because, my name's like Robert, right? Instead of writing Robert, I wrote Bob. And so then they sent me a letter back saying, well, prove to us you've changed your name. Because apparently you have to legally change your name. So anyway, it was like I had to write them back. And then I didn't sign the back of my picture. I had to take a picture of myself. Like about a passport-sized photo. And then I was supposed to sign the back of it.
But you have to sign it in Canadian. You accidentally signed it in English.
Yeah.
And my gun store guy probably hates me because I call him over every 5 seconds when I'm filling out the 4473 or whatever. And I'm like, do I abbreviate this or do I write Arizona? Like, every time there's something that can be abbreviated, I call him over and ask.
I always put down easy, and they don't mind my everywhere. Cabela's still has a problem with my zip code. For some reason, Cabela's computer does not recognize my actual zip code as a zip code, so I had to lie on there for to go with an acceptable zip code to them.
Wow, that's big admission. See, I only have 30 days.
No, I didn't lie to it. They just told me, just put one extra number. Instead of your zip code, put one extra number in there, and then you'll be good to go. Just bump it up one. Okay.
Okay.
It's not like I'm lying on it. They told me to, our computer won't take it, so you're gonna have to make adjustments.
Yeah.
They don't
put try to order something. Yeah, you're trying to order something, and you're from Canada. You have to put in a postal code, which is different than a zip code, and it really fucks up the computers. But yeah, here it is. I got my restricted permit now, so I can buy AR-15s or handguns. Yeah, basically that's all I can buy.
What handguns do you like to get?
So, what should I get? My first gun? I'm thinking single action 357, but I could swing to Tokarov because it's really dirt cheap and the ammo's cheap. Or I could get what I've always wanted, a Browning high power. So, yeah, it's like, what do I buy? What do I buy?
You get a 45, man, because 9mm would go for round. We all know that.
Well, there's nothing wrong if you're shooting the right rounds with it, with 9mm. And the Browning high power was my dad's gun. That's what he carried in World War II.
Browning high power.
Hmm?
Browning high power.
I found them for $1,500.
He's just practicing his Canadian.
I do like it though.
Canadian sounds kind of like Charlie Brown teachers.
High Point? Oh, whatever it is.
You tell High Point in Canada?
When you live in Canada, your first gun should not be a fucking single action, because that's probably the last gun they'll convince Canadians is the evil gun.
You're going for strategy.
Yeah, I would go for the first gun.
Pistol or something.
Right. You go for the first gun that's like that they want to take from you but haven't done it yet. But I'll tell you, a single action, anything, is going to be the last thing they take from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but I like them. I've shot them, and it's one of my favorite guns to shoot because it's
And you're
not like
talking
I'm
to
going to be able
Bob,
to
so
carry it.
it's not like he has decades and decades to enjoy these guns anymore. So
yeah, like right now, if you were an American, I'd tell you to go get a high capacity something or other. If you were like, oh, my first gun, I want to get a single action army or whatever, I'll be like, come on, dude. Hillary's going to be president, dude. Hillary's coming, man. She's going to take all of your shit. Buy something nice now before you can't.
He's
Well,
just interested in
Narenko,
the single
think
action
that
cowboy gun
Shakir-
soften Chris up for his visit.
All right, so if you could only buy.
Narenko makes a copy of the SIG 226. That's apparently a really good gun. It's just, it's not as nicely finished, but works really well. Reliable, accurate.
Still got a 20,000 round life expectancy, or
At least
Huge life
50,000
expectancy
confirmed.
because it's overbuilt, if anything, right? So it's a little heavier than the SIG, but they did a test on it, and they were testing it against a SIG and a couple other guns that were kind of in the same class, and the SIG broke. Some ejector spring or something broke on the test while I was shooting the test, eh? The Narenko just, everything functioned perfectly. And it's like,
I bet you the Narenko has no MIM parts. They probably don't use MIM.
But I mean, the thing is, it would use STIG magazines. So if I took it down to the States, I wouldn't have to use my 10-round magazines. I could use the 15 round or whatever it is the SIGs have. And 9mm, they're reliable.
Get a member, man. A member.
They're
1911.
$329. That's another thing too. They're $329 for basically a SIG 226.
I don't think there's a way that they can get around it, dude. Like, it's a steel slide on aluminum frame rails. I don't know if they can, just because it's an Narenko, I'm sure it's probably 25,000, 30,000 rounds, which is fine because I'm at that rate. I will hit that number when I'm 300 years old. So
yeah, I probably wouldn't fire that many before I died anyway. So what the hell?
Well, I just realized when my lead round nose weren't going fast enough, weren't going good enough. That's.
Yeah.
I'm a few grains short. So next time. Hey, what do you call this? Daniel. You there? Looks like he's done.
His headphones aren't in, so I don't think he's there.
Okay.
Getting some on the
That
refrigerator.
ceiling fan, that view with the ceiling fan over your head always makes me nervous. It's like I keep thinking you're going to sit up and it's going to just take the top of your head off.
I can assure you, it's very far away.
Because it's just moving. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just the view, man. It's a view. It just looks like if you lean back, your head would go into the blades.
Look at my halo. How about that?
Yeah. Well, it's all perspective, right? It's like if when you see it from the camera's view, you look like you're in this room that's about 10 by 10, and then this shrinks down to about 5 by 5 before it ends.
Hey, so I got a hot new rap song coming out on Instagram tomorrow.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a hot new load.
No.
Yeah, really. Rap song.
Is this Glocktober?
It's probably not good.
It is, and it is the first song to do 30s on everything.
Speaking of rap songs, anybody following Stitches still?
Nah, he was earlier this year.
Wow, it's dumb wild too. It's not even entertaining.
What happened was he put a brick in my face, and then he didn't. And I was like, "What are you gonna do about it?" And he didn't do nothing about it.
I think did you see the video of like the baseball team? I think it was the San Francisco Giants, like celebrating in the locker room, and that's what they were playing, and they were flipping
I didn't
out.
have his money when he came.
You're lying.
Swear to God, they were all dancing around to like put a brick in your face. What you gonna do? It's crazy. And they were all like shooting. I don't know if they would whatever the fuck they won, but they were spraying champagne all over the place.
That's funny.
Oh, thank God he said champagne.
Champagne. It's champagne.
Yeah, okay.
Bob doesn't understand that reference.
I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No, I don't get
I
it.
was so tired like 2 hours ago. I don't know what's going on now. I'm hallucinating.
Isn't that normal when you take all those drugs, though?
Ayahuasca? Oh, I'm on
ayahuasca. I've heard that when you go to that Cirque du Soleil.
Ayahuasca in my vaporizer. No,
It's like Molly times 5.
I'm all good, dude. I'm straight edge, man. Drug free, sober. Haven't smoked a cigarette in 3.5 years. I'm just on single malt scotch, man. That's about
And
it.
how many joints?
I haven't smoked joints since I was born. Straight vaporizer.
Yeah, okay. You vaporize. All
I'm
right.
a libertarian. I mean, librarian. What the fuck just happened, man? Bob, you know you're for the fucking legalization of drugs.
Oh, fuck yeah. Well, I mean, the reasonable drugs is stuff that grows out of the ground.
Coffee. I like coffee.
Poppies.
Like Oxy.
Opium.
Like Oxycontin.
You know, Oxycontin.
Pretty much all of it comes from natural stuff.
No, I've seen on that one show that Oxycontin is totally synthetic heroin. So it's the same stuff as heroin, but it's made in the lab.
Yeah.
Now even better.
Yeah,
It's
that
low calorie.
should be legalized.
It's like Coke Zero. It's sort of like Coke, but it's
Well,
tastes
it's
just like it.
But
exactly.
no, I
It's
mean,
new heroin. Same
instead of the
degree
war
of
on drugs, you legalize it and tax it. And you might get your money back in about 100 years.
100 years.
Oh,
Aren't they making money hand over fist in Washington and Colorado right now?
Apparently, yeah.
The governor over there is on going on his campaign trail saying like he regrets doing it and signing the bill and all that shit. So I mean,
which one? The Washington or the Colorado?
Colorado.
Yeah, well, they have big problems with the banks. Don't want to deal with the guys who are selling it, and they've got these like huge amounts of cash that the bank won't take.
I don't know. I forgot the guy's name in Colorado. It's like Governor Kwalawapi or whatever, Kabukwapi. But interesting that because you think he'd be bragging about it, you'd be like, well, I'm proud of doing it, and
I made a shit pile of tax money.
Yep. I don't see the downside.
No, me neither.
Except maybe all the losers that move there to like live on your streets and like camp out, like fucking occupy Pot Street.
Oh yeah, I could see that. That would be.
And they're fucking running up to your car.
So we wanted it for free too, man.
Yeah, the Trustafarians with their fucking nappy white dreadlocks and their fucking ring through their nose, and they're out there just hanging out.
What did you call Trustafarians?
Trustafarians. You never heard of the Trustafarians?
I've never heard.
It's any white person with dreads who doesn't have a fucking job, just crazy money.
Somebody who's
they're dirty looking.
Trust fund.
Yeah, they have a trust fund, and they basically hippie around the country with no job. They kind of look dirty. They got dreadlocks, and they're rich. They're filthy rich, but like they're trust funds.
That's funny, man.
The other funny part about it is that from the DEA to Homeland Security to private security contractors, they're all bailing on their jobs and they're moving to these states for lucrative private security and advisory positions because of their experience in the drug wars and stuff like that, and the fact that these businesses can't open bank accounts in FDIC-insured institutions because federal law prohibits it. So the money is either in private safes and in privately contracted vaults, or they're in the state-regulated savings and loans.
Wait,
That's probably why the governor's crying.
Okay, I was just gonna say this sounds like The Dark Knight when the Joker made the mobsters like give him all their money and then he burned it. You know what I'm talking about?
That's pretty much what's going on, though. I mean, you know, everybody in
They're still making their tax cut, though. They're just you're talking about the whoever is running the business's profits.
They're making the sales tax cut, yes, absolutely. But you have to realize that all the downstream benefits aren't working out economically as well as they have planned. You know, so until the banking institutions and the federal laws get this stuff straightened out, the problem's actually going to get worse.
Yeah, if the banks won't take their money, that means they've got to put it somewhere because they're going to be making a profit.
What's that weird bong thing, Daniel?
Yeah, there's going to be like storage lockers full of cash. That's kind of a cool idea.
Pretty sure it's some kind of mind control device or brainwashing device.
Pretty sure it's a drill. What is that?
Vacuum.
Bullshit, it's a shrink ray.
Oh, that's one of those Dysons, isn't it?
Looks way more like a shrink ray than a vacuum.
Oh my god, that's like $1,000 vacuum.
Right.
Ridiculous.
I have a friend at Target, he got it for me for like 120 or something.
Well, I definitely feel less of Bob for knowing that it's a $1,000 vacuum than I do for.
Well, I just know that my wife actually wanted to buy a Dyson vacuum, and like we have hardwood floors and marble floors, and
Dysons are
there's
nice.
like just area carpets, and it's like, are you kidding me? And it was like $1,000 for like a regular vacuum. It had a ball and it would move, but it was, you know, it was a Dyson.
Yeah, they're not the best, but they're pretty good.
Well, yeah, they say they're the best.
So was that to vacuum up a bunch of powder you spilled or something?
Yeah, pretty much. I still have some more to vacuum up, actually.
Oh, Chris is gonna freak out. You're just vacuuming up and throwing away all that powder. You're like, oh, I just dumped like 3 pounds of powder. I better vacuum that up and throw it away.
I just got today, came in the mail. I got 2 of these 4-pound jugs.
Commercial number 5?
Commercial 5.
What is your load data for that? Because I can't find commercial. I cannot find load data for that. What is your 9mm load data for that?
Commercial 5? Oh, it's on the website. Where you buy it, they post load data for it. Yeah. It's like 3.8 to 4 grains or something like that. It's really low, so you get a lot of bullets. A lot of bullets per pound.
I need to check how much money I got so I can go ahead and order this shit.
I don't know. I just gotta say, I don't like it when somebody hands me a bag full of firecrackers. I can't imagine a mailman handing me that shit.
The mailman.
They don't know.
Smoking as he hands it to you.
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll use my Cabela's card.
Oh shit! He's going into debt.
How I already am in the debt. I used that to get my SIG brace, and I was still ahead. So all I have to do is just not use it for a couple of months, a few months. So how much is the? Okay, let me just get to. Let me add a cart. Let me see how much is shipping. Total $214. Motherfucker. That's with
$200 in shipping?
No, not with shipping.
Oh, all right. Like you could just drive somewhere for $200 and pick it up.
I know. I need so 214.
Oh, yeah, especially with your car.
Does it include fucking where these guys? You know, I don't think these guys are located in my state. So in the 206 area code. So no. So basically, 16 pounds. So 8 pounds. Did they include a Daniel? Did they include the hazmat fee on that 214?
He just barely put his headphones back on.
Okay.
Yes, pretty sure.
Okay. Okay.
Well, hazmat's included in shipping. That's why shipping is like freaking $40.
Okay.
I moved all my bullets to, like, I put them on the bottom shelf of my bench, so that my bench is really sturdy now.
You know what? Here's the
make
thing.
it easier.
You know, this thing has actually been around for quite some time. They haven't really lost, ran out of stock. I've already seen it on forums, and nobody seems to be picking it up.
What if they sent you the gunpowder like in the wet form before they dry it, and then you get it like oatmeal or something, and then you let it dry out when you get it, and then run it through
I
like
corn it myself. Corn it? You mean?
Well, I'm just thinking then it's safer to send it. It might be a little bit heavier because of the water, but it'd just be way safer to send it, I was thinking.
No, there's changes that happen when it's wet, I believe.
Well, I mean, not wet it, but before it, because it has to be, I'm assuming it's some kind of a oatmeal and then it dries. I'm saying, like, in the process, just send it out before it's done. But I don't know.
I have a question, though.
There's probably a reason.
If I wanted to send a friend a box of ammo, and it was completely legal in the state, is there any legal way, or any way, period, obviously, to just ship it like UPS or FedEx or something?
Yeah.
It would have to be ground. It definitely has to be ground, but I think, yeah, only UPS or FedEx, because I know Postal Service won't do that shit. They won't touch that.
Then you should tell them, and then they'll mark it appropriately, right?
Yes, it has to have a blue ORM-D sticker on it. All my ammo that you order online has that sticker, and I think it's illegal if you don't declare it there. So.
Yeah, because I see people on Gunbroker selling ammo, and it's private citizens sending ammo to private citizens. I just always wondered how the fuck they would ship it, because I know I can't do it. Like, I couldn't figure it out. But all right. So I'll just call
UPS
it UPS.
and FedEx, and they make you go down to like the main hub, and at least in Tucson, you can't just go to like a satellite. You have to go down to the main one because an FFL or something has to do something or something. And they have like an FFL at the main hub.
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
I got some 9mm bullets that I can give you if you want them.
Oh, you don't want them?
I got some 9mm 115 grain jacket hollow points, and then I got 50 extra of these extreme bullets, round nose.
Okay. Well, how much? Shipping $5, right?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, send it to me. I'll PayPal you again, as usual.
What the hell?
All right.
What about some ayahuasca? No.
Well, I was doing some more shooting today, and apparently, in a pistol, they're slower. My 38 specials. I'm getting like 1,000 feet per second, and then I was getting only 800 on a pistol. I guess what do you call this? A rifle, long barrel really makes a difference on pressure.
Yes, it does.
I'm gonna see what this trail boss can do.
You should just light it all at once. Just drop a match in there and see how big the explosion is.
Yeah,
One
sure.
projectile, cram it in the lid. One primer.
Do you know how hard it is to find this thing?
Pretty hard.
Did you?
What? What was that?
Did you drive all the way up by Huck to get it?
No. I found this in Casa Grande. I stopped by Cow Ranch, like the cowboy ranching farming store over there.
Oh.
They had one left, but when I got there, they told me, oh, they had powder pistol this morning, disappeared. They had one left.
having the extra weight on the bottom end just makes it so much more. I don't have to hold the press now when I'm doing stuff because that's what slows me down.
Roboting again.
My roboting again.
Yes.
Bleep,
Yeah.
blurp, blurp, bleep, blurp.
Big time.
To me, it sounded like what the devil would do if he had like an announcement in hell or whatever, and he was on the like devil's loudspeaker. That's what it sounded like.
My fucking toaster just started humping the air.
How about now?
No.
Still.
God damn it, my fucking computer.
It's not as bad as it was, but it's still like scratchy or what.
Hmm.
I'm gonna use my trickler for this thing for the trail boss. It's not as efficient, but
Hey, do y'all's water ever come on real hot first and then go to cold?
outside.
No.
Yeah, my water always comes up cold and it takes a while to warm up.
It always
Well,
comes
you're
out
in
hot,
Canada.
like just scalding hot for like 2 minutes. I guess it's because we have like a water boiler here. It's so annoying because I sit here just wasting water for like a minute or two before I can actually use it.
Just pour some water on the pitcher so that you always got room temperature water.
Are you talking about in what do they call this on shower?
All of it, all my water.
Okay, the only one, mine starts out cold, except for the outside faucet, which starts out hot.
That's weird. But no, I think he's got a problem with his hot water tank. Is it on-demand hot water? Like, does it have a tank, or is it just, as soon as you turn it on, this thing heats up water?
What's that?
Is there a big, is it a big giant drum or it's a little box, like a fuse box looking thing?
I don't know. I have a little fuse box in mine, but it's just like I live in an apartment complex and we have really old stuff in here, so.
Apartment complex, it could be anything. I mean, it could be because there's a rat making a fire for a month.
I mean, it's a known thing. Like, it's for all the.
It could be an electrical spot that's like overheating one certain spot next to your piping in the wall. I mean, apartments are screwy.
Yeah. It's
speaking
not
to
worse, which sucks. But,
well, I still really like the idea of building a tiny house. I think that would just be really cool, except for the fact that I'd have to have a great big building to put all my crap in.
Yeah, me and Mandy are going for the miniature house thing.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the whole mini house concept? Like for like dolls and stuff, or what?
No, it's to
live in. Yeah, you build it on a trailer.
Yeah, well, no, you just basically the idea is that you're building the smallest space you need. You don't have any big extra rooms or
Oh, got it.
Like your living room and your kitchen and everything. It's basically the smallest house you can live in.
It's like those micro condos in New York. They're like 90-some square feet, and everything you just build up. So
90 square feet.
You got like a desk here, and above that's your bed. And you got a little thing here with the little kitchens.
What the hell happened?
I sneeze. I'm still sick. Shit.
He drank a bunch of the powder. He snorted
I'm
it.
thinking he just
He was
snorted
sniffing powder, exactly. It starts out just wanting to hand load a 50, 38 a week.
Does powder smell like anything? Does gunpowder before it burns smell at all or no? What does it smell like?
Yeah.
Sometimes it can smell like
kind of neat.
So it can smell anywhere from like about nothing to like very acidic, and then it kind of smells like rotten eggs when it goes bad.
Kind of electric-y.
You think a trickler would work with this thing? It's kind of a disc.
No. You're gonna have to trickle because it's so bulky that it's not gonna dispense consistently in your powder measure.
Yeah, like a trickler, right? Like on the knees. It doesn't work, right?
Well, what you should do is dispense like maybe, upper 0.3 below your target grainage from the powder measure, and then put it on the scale, and then trickle until you get to your desired. That's what precision rifle shooters do.
I know.
PDB.
Well, it's only like 3 grains, 3 or 4 grains.
Don't tell me what to trickle, dude. I'll trickle whatever I want to trickle. I'll trickle wherever I want.
When you're going to reload your 32 H&R Magnum, do you use the ball powder or the conical powder or the flake powder?
All I know is
it's going to change it from flake.
It's definitely gonna. Let me tell you, it's gonna trickle down. Whatever I do.
I don't believe in trickle down powdering. Like if the rich people have powder and then they'll dispense it and then other people get powder.
And poor people will get it at the very end, and
Rich
it'll be
people get 55-gallon drums of powder and then they use it in trade.
He uses
the the poor people will have a shitty powder. And
What I wouldn't do for a 55-gallon drum of powder.
Yeah.
Black powder?
A lot. Are you sure this is good stuff? Because
with that last jaw, I don't know, like the foreseeable future, if you got like a 55-gallon drum.
I don't even know how many pounds that would be. It'd be ridiculous.
I would like to try and make my own black powder. I think that'd be kind of cool.
My my neighbor's dad who lives in a farm. They're in a farm. Out here they have like hundreds of pounds of powder stored up for years.
Isn't there some sort of law about like you can only have so much powder in like certain concentrations?
No.
Yeah.
Only for businesses.
Probably should stop talking about that.
Only in certain states, not
There's
here.
Laws with regards to transportation. Like if you transport greater than 20 pounds, it has to be in some kind of container. If you transport more than 50 pounds, it has to be in some other type of container. There are recommendations with respect to how you store the powder. So, like I wouldn't just store powder like on a bench in excess. Me personally, I have like a big wooden box where basically each wall is at least an inch thick.
I need to make one of those because this little tiny, crappy little Target thing is all I have.
So I would suggest.
I like to stack them up about the highest arm of my chair so I can put my ashtray on them.
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that point where I need to store it in a more sturdy container, like legally required to. So
You'll find stuff like I found this thing. Let me see if I can get it in the shot here. That on Craigslist for $25, and it's like perfect. It'll fit more than enough powder. I mean, so if you look on Craigslist, you'll find something that's cheap. That you want to
And actually, you can put an ashtray, a cigarette lighter, and a bong on that and use it as an end table.
You know what? It's the same. If you've got crates of that 72 by 39, if you've got 5 of those, that's a really nice end table that you could put shit on.
You know, there are hipsters that like make furniture out of crates and stuff. It's like an actual thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit! I was a hipster then when I was a kid, and just made stuff out of crates.
I see.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we called it poor.
Did you get that Daniel Defense sticker because it has your name in it on the side of your press?
If you have little few things when you're poor, that's just.
Oh, I must have read that wrong. It looks weird on the camera.
It says Dilla Precision.
Yeah, but there's so few people in.
Have you ever thought about changing your name to Dylan so that it'd be the same as your?
Really poor.
I'd rather be Daniel Defense.
Anyway, so if you got like crappy things because you're poor, that's not as cool as being ironic and having crappy things when you're not poor.
That's true.
So I'm thinking about bolting my desk into the wall with like drywall anchors and like shelving, like right angles.
If you're in an apartment,
you'll find them easier at the hardware store calling that a bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it. That sounds good.
It's so wobbly. I mean, I bought this desk like it just has no like horizontal support at all.
You get it off Craigslist for $20.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it was
$20. I noticed this because are there 4 of you guys reloading right now? So anyway, I don't see anybody wearing eye protection. So is it not an issue to worry about like something flashing up, getting powder in your eye or whatever?
Name.
I'm more concerned about a primer going off in my face.
Yeah. See?
Well, that's too, I suppose.
Eye protection.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice. So that's what I was gonna say. I mean, I wear glasses, so I guess I don't think about it. Cause I'm kind of always got something, but
I can't see with I can't see with my glasses this close.
I should.
See,
but just a simple pair of Eye Pro for like shooting or something would be. Yeah. I'm just thinking of like if something, because I remember things would like flip, like oh crap, and then something flips, and all of a sudden there's powder flying all over. More than like something, I didn't think about a primer going off, but that would suck too.
Yeah.
Especially if there's lots of powder laying around.
In all reality, I should. I just happen to not, for whatever reason. Not a good
area. It's easy for people that wear glasses to talk about it because I'm used to having glasses on all the time. But I understand if you don't, then it's something you don't think about putting something on your face all the time.
I recommend doing that too when you plunge in the toilet.
However, if it was like camouflage Oakleys, then usually you can't get people to take that off.
Yeah, you see, my thing, I need glasses to see up close. So, I just buy safety glasses that have the reading glass lens because I only need the glasses to see up close to be able to read and shit.
Since Bob can't read the letters coming back from the optometrist that are saying, like, quit pooping in an envelope. We need your eye prescription.
Oh, come on.
He's like, I keep pooping, and they never send me back the right glasses.
That happened once. Jeez. You make it sound like I do it once a month.
Whatever. It's hilarious. I've never had to poop in an envelope for any type of medical situation.
Oh, see, this is like groundbreaking here.
Huh. Tim says he carries the Glock 29. That's a lot of gun.
What tells a Glock 29?
Awesome. I spent I watched like an hour and a half on YouTube.
10 millimeter.
That's the
That's the compact 10 millimeter.
That's the only Glock I would buy would be a 10 millimeter Glock.
Do you want to get a 20 or a 29? The 20 is the bigger one, and
Sorry,
seems like.
If you're
I
gonna
almost got a Glock 20 today.
Yeah, if you can't carry, don't get a Glock 29 because there's no reason in getting a 10 millimeter pistol that you don't put 2 fingers on just to shoot at the range because it's gonna suck.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want it for like bears. Because I'm gonna go spend winters in Arizona, summers way up north in Canada. So.
Hey, have you guys heard of a caliber called 300 short?
Nope.
300 Winchester Super Short Magnum.
Yeah, there you go. Super Short Magnum. There you go.
Yes.
Loud as fuck, that thing. I had a guy shooting next to me.
300 WSSM.
Yeah, there you go. That thing was it was being shot by next to me was a border patrol officer just shooting his rifle and it was kicking his ass.
Well, that's a lot of caliber, man.
Let's see, what is the load data for Trail Boss for 38 Special?
See, a lot of the hunters here are going with to get more excitement out of it. They're doing mountain. They're hunting in the mountains for the goats, and they're going long range, right? So like they'll be shooting a goat that's on another mountain. It'll then take them 2 hours to get to where the goat is after they've shot it.
I'll go with a 5. So it'll be 5 grains.
Way of doing it. That's a bullshit way of doing it. I would then, after you shoot the goat or whatever, then throw get one of those things that shoots the arrow with a rope on it.
Oh yeah, and then
fast
drag
line
the goat to you?
Well, no, I was gonna say just shoot into the rock and then zip line across.
Zip line? Yeah, zip line.
But why wouldn't you just shoot on the goat and then have a little mini winch and just pull the goat up to
Well,
you?
I guess that'll just depend on the math. Because if you are too far away horizontally, you shoot the goat, you pull it off the rock it's on, and then it's so far away that it just hits the ground, and you have to drag it all the way back up the hill.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. If you just
have
zip line
to anyway,
across,
yeah.
and then zip line back, it's a lot less work.
Most of the time, though, when you shoot the goat on the side of a mountain, it falls, because it's only walking on a 2-inch ledge. It falls and then, drops to the bottom of the mountain anyway. Kind of tenderizes the meat, apparently.
You pick up hamburger at the bottom?
Well, you pick up... Well, I mean, they're tough. Like, they've got lots of wool on them and stuff, so there's lots of cushion. But, yeah, they get tenderized on the way down, I would say. But, and that's the thing is that's really... And they're going to weird calibers, like 260, Wiggly, Ridley, something like that.
There's a new one. It's called 340 Tex. Dude. That's the new one. It's named after Tex Grabner. 340
You shoot yourself in the leg.
No, man, dude. It's like, I don't know if you guys ever saw that chat where him and Nathan were in the chat. Fucking was amazing, dude.
He never got credit for that, you know. He was one of the first guys who just said, "Look, I fucked up. I had a, you know, accident."
Oh, I'm not even talking about that.
You know,
I'm saying he knows
and
his
everybody
shit.
laughed at him, whereas other people have done it and gone, you know, "Oh, look, I had this accident," and they all go, "Oh, good for you. You showed it. You know, it's a lesson for us."
He proved that 45 is a gopher round because it didn't kill his ass, right? Fucking, he's alive.
Oh, he just got real lucky.
9mm, he probably would have just band-aided. He put a band-aid on it, I guess.
No, 9mm probably would have wrecked his knee.
Have
This
y'all
cut to the
seen-
45 is a big, fat, slow bullet. It kind of missed all the bone.
Imagine
or
what a fucking 10mm would have done.
Oh, yeah, I know.
357 SIG.
Oh, yeah, 357, yeah.
He would have exploded in a puff of smoke.
Tokarev round, anything going really fast would have just
Yeah, Tokarev. Yeah, there you go. 7.62 by
gone right through the knee.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, this is my first trail boss round, so.
All right,
Now you're
man.
a boss.
So
Now you
is
got
that
the
gonna be a really hot round, Chris, or a really cowboy
No, trail
round?
boss is not very trail boss is not very hot, so I'm gonna go with the one of the meters is. The maximum is 5.3, so I'm gonna go 5, starting with 5, and that should be according to the meter here, according to official data, it is 952 feet per second. So
That's actually pretty slow. That's cowboy round.
yeah, it is, but that's on a pistol. If I shoot that out of my rifle,
You're
probably
seeing a powder called Trail
Oh,
Boss?
it might get a little bit faster, yeah, but not a whole lot.
Trail boss is meant for cowboy load, but it's still
That's a good gopher round out of the
but it's a
rifle.
safe. But it's
you
a
know,
safe
or
one.
a
I've already
snake round, I guess, depending on where you live.
I already shot like I already made like cowboy loads using my old powder, shooting only at 700 feet per second. So they're good for like shooting steel. I mean, a lot of them too. So and they're good for like shooting steel and not feeling any recoil.
Yeah, for sure, because, you know, we all know how recoil sensitive you are.
Well, don't make me smack you.
Check out these bullets.
Oh, man, wait until I come down. You can shoot my M14. You'll get
You
a
got those?
blast out of that.
Do you have any of those? I want to get one.
With what I'm showing right now.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Phillips
that's a
screwdriver
nice.
ones.
I'm thinking about ordering a box from them right now, just because I watched.
What is that?
Look,
What
if
grade
you
is it?
get
It's Lay High Defense. It's called the Extreme Penetrator, and
Oh, God, that looks cool.
I just
with a left-handed twist, like as long as your pistol has left-handed twist, then if you shoot accurately with that, you can unscrew bolts and stuff from it.
Oh, man, we'll see that in the next adventure movie, the next Mission Impossible.
Hey, that's
We'll
a
have
cross.
bullets that undo screws.
That's cross shape, so that's good for vampires too.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Oh,
blessed.
that's probably true, yeah.
Oh, that's actually, I'm surprised nobody's complaining that it's like anti some other religion that doesn't use a cross.
Well, I'm just thinking, have they tried making one that looks like the Jewish,
Star, David.
symbol, the Jewish star? Have they tried that? That might be kind of cool. What
It would
about
probably expand pretty
sickle
interestingly.
or the half sickle of the Muslims, right? That use that one, man. That'd
Crescent
be
moon.
a nasty looking bullet, eh? Why not have one for
And
every religion?
yin yang.
Oh yeah, you could have those, right? And there'd be like two
There are
different
no
parts.
religions for the yin yang. There are no religions for that. The Buddhists
Well,
use
still a thing. Still a symbol.
Yeah.
what do they call this? The Buddhists use the reverse swastika.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
it's
can
the
have the
same as
swastika
the
too.
peace
That
sign.
would be really good. Germans could use it.
It's
We
the same
can
as the
do
peace sign. It's taken multiple different meanings for multiple different things over the years.
Yeah. Well,
I
Germans
thought
could
that
use it. The Vietnamese could use it.
I thought the
I
yin
mean,
yang was on the Korean flag.
It is, but it's not a religious significance. Not really a religious symbol. It's more of a mystical symbol.
Like a unicorn.
Yeah, pretty much, I think.
Not a fairy tale symbol.
I can say that because I'm Korean.
No,
So.
No, fairy tales and
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
religion are a lot alike.
Do you know then why it's on their flag?
A fairy?
No, I'm asking. I don't know. I just know it's on. It's in the center of their flag. The yin yang.
It's just about balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing special about it being on the Korean flag. It's just what yin yang means.
Right. It's just
it was a fire pit.
Yeah, the actual circle in the middle, like the thing that represents the yin yang, is just about it's about like the whole harmony thing, because that's just very prevalent in that region.
Well, there's really
it's
nothing
about harmony, but in a
peace and
non-religious way.
Yeah, like the balance and harmony, that type of stuff.
Yeah, there's a difference between spiritual and religious.
Too true.
I'm looking it up because I don't like your.
What do you call it?
Yes, yeah, I can't call myself religious, but
Oh, no,
I
you're
don't think
not
I'm
hearing
spiritual.
You're just hearing people. I mean, no one has answered solidly about anything, so.
Okay.
Yeah, like the white background represents like innocence and peace.
Yeah.
And, like the 4 different quadrants all mean like different elements. It's like fire, earth, air, and water.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty much all it says on Wikipedia too.
Sometimes why?
Yeah, I had to look this up several years ago. I don't remember what the colors blue and red means. I don't remember that, but the yin yang is just
something now. It says over here the red section represents opposing positive cosmic forces. The blue section represents the negative cosmic forces.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's all about the balance.
I don't care. All of that sounds pretty religious to me. Is all I'm saying.
No, I mean, it doesn't have to be religious. It's just there's nothing about it.
Well, it depends on what you consider religion is, right?
Right. True. I guess it is like if you're taking spiritual.
Well, it definitely does not say because of XYZ religion or anything. It says exactly what you guys just said. It just all has meaning, and I guess I'm saying if everybody in Korea was like, yeah, we all agree that those are the meanings, well, then that sounds like everybody's on the same page, and usually that means they're all, coming from the same place, and that's just,
Right.
But it doesn't say, like, because of XYZ religion or anything.
Right. And it's like the same thing of saying, I think the separation is, like in our Bill of Rights or whatever, it's like we have, all people are created equal in some way, and there's entitled to inalienable rights. That's not religious, but if you say it like, oh, well, they're entitled to those rights because of, like, some creator, then I guess that makes it religious.
Yeah. That's pretty much, yeah.
Hey, do you, Daniel, do you keep like a book or tally record?
I used to, then I got really lazy and I stopped. So now, at some point I knew how many rounds I loaded for each, but now I don't know.
But hold on, you also kept records so that as you were discovering what worked and what didn't, and like keeping track of things got to be too much, you would write it down so that you'd do it as a learning aid, right?
Yeah, so I write down certain measurements, like certain measurements for loading rifle rounds, and then I write down my recipes, what I've developed. Most of it's in my head that I've memorized, but everything else is written down. So I always have a record somewhere.
I don't like how you call it a recipe, because that makes me want to go and eat it.
I just got me a whiteboard right here now.
Yeah, that looks real nice. That's a good touch.
And I'm listing down the loads I have, the feet per second, what type of powder, and so I just wrote down my new combination here and see how it works, and I'm gonna write it down and see if it works good. This is a very funny looking powder. It looks like a donut.
Yeah, it sounds a little weird.
I guess it compresses really well, right, Daniel?
Hey, you guys, you know this shit. I'm lazy.
I would guess not.
What the fuck? Why do I need a heavy carbine buffer if I'm building my AR or just standard mil-spec buffer? They got an H1 buffer. Oh no, I'm sorry, H2, H3.
What are you building?
My lower.
What are you building?
Depends.
A rifle. Or a carbine.
It's going to be a carbine. Then you're
Suppressor?
not going to want a rifle.
No, it's carbine, and I'm on BCM's website, and their buffer, what do they call it here? Stock hardware mounting kit with everything in it, but you can upgrade to an H buffer or an H2 buffer or a standard buffer is free. You know,
So I use an H. I believe I use an H1. Let me go look.
I think my Daniel Defense has a H buffer. I'm pretty sure.
What gas system are you going to end up running, and what length of barrel?
Mid-length. I'm going to make this a mid-length for sure. I'm not going to.
Okay. And then what length of barrel?
Just whatever it is, 16, right? With the.
If you were an anti-gunner and you could ban one rifle, like just completely and permanently, would it be the AK or the AR?
Well, if I was going to change the subject in the middle of somebody's question, then I would probably take a question.
It'd be the AR. Right now, it'd be the AR because the other one is pretty much executive order import ban, and one is here to stay. So let's get rid of the one that's here to stay.
So my custom built AR uses an H2, but my Colt 6720 uses an H1 or an H, just a regular H buffer.
Yeah, your Colt will be a carbine gas system on a 16 barrel, right?
And yes, and my custom one is a mid-length gas system.
So usually you got to go heavier because it's all about the timings, right? It's all about how long it takes for the gas to hit back there. So if you're going out further to hit mid-length, that means it's taking longer to get out to there, and it's going to take longer to get back to there. So you're going to and then that's going to be a different amount of gas at a different time. So that's why they make the different ones. So it sounds like you'd probably want to get an H or an H1.
And just H, okay. So it says here, like they recommend carbine standard, which is and then options for H. So I guess mid-length and rifle length would be H1, 2.
Rifle length would probably be totally different. Yeah, that's a lot longer.
What type of AR are you building?
A 15, AR-15, I think. No, it's a fucking spikes lower. I got a Daniel Defense parts kit. I don't know. It's just going to be a mid-length, standard mil-spec muzzle, whatever fuck. And put probably like a Daniel Defense rear on there and just leave it alone with the A2 on the front.
What's a Daniel Defense rear?
It's like the fixed rear sight.
Oh, rear sight. What part of the gun is on a rear?
Nah, just that rear sight. I love that. And then
you're not doing anything with my rear.
That's about it. I'm gonna trickle on it. Yeah. Well, I know you're gonna love this.
What grain are you thinking about? Oh wait, what twist are you thinking about with what twist are you thinking about on that, bro?
I'm gonna grip wood grain. No, twist. Well, 1 in 7. Of course. Why anything other than that?
Go Digital Prof and get a 1 in 9.
If I wanted a 1 in 9, I'd go buy a fucking Bushmaster or something like that, a DPMS, or I'd just go get a Smith & Wesson M&P Sport. No, I don't know. A 1 in 7 is what I had for my other rifle, so I mean I still have my Daniel, so I'll just keep it consistent. I don't have a problem with that.
Did you get rid of all your ARs? I mean AKs?
I'm in the process of, because I really feel the VZ58 is a better option.
Oh man, Bob's been talking to you for way too long.
Is it a better option because of the gun being better, or because of the mags being more solid and easier to produce and cheaper?
This is better. There's a thumb safety on there, which is easier to operate. Pencil barrel. So if you want to grate some cheese, you just shoot the weapon and stick a block of cheese in the top, and it's like, I call it the finger chopper. But I think it's the finger chopper, but it'll shred some cheese. Like a salad or something, pizza.
You're such a silly man.
There we go.
Shit.
Taoism. So it says that Taoism is where the yin-yang is for.
Taoism.
Taoism.
You're thinking about Tao Fledermausism is some other thing.
Oh yeah, that's where the yin yang originates from, and I guess if you're going to associate a religion, and I hesitate to call it a religion because it's more of like a mindset, but yeah, that's where that originates from.
Say, Chris.
I don't know. I just figure I always think of it as along with the other symbols as a symbol. I guess it's less specific to which one.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that little stainless steel 44 Magnum lever action you got.
That's not 44 Magnum.
Oh, it's 357.
Yeah.
Oh, see. I can
Unless
get
he's
one.
referring to it being
thing,
buried in the back.
44 Magnum, but it's like $700.
Bob,
Here's-
can you
yeah,
buy
that's-
guns and baits when you get down here?
No.
What's
You don't
that?
have a green. You'd have to have a green card.
Oh, okay.
I'm moving there permanently. I'm just gonna go and visit where it's cold.
Hey,
Right,
do
but
you guys know what
Why
the...
don't you?
Sorry, I'll wait.
I was just going to give Bob an idea how to get down here, so it's not that important.
I was going to ask what's the laws for allowing somebody who's not a U.S. citizen and here on like maybe like a work visa to possess a gun? Can they touch it?
Unless it's unless it's an NFA item, I can't imagine there's any issue.
No.
I see these people come to the. I see these
Like,
foreigners come to the range here and they rent guns all the fucking time and they scare the shit out of me. And they have
Okay,
film
'cause
crews
it's not
come.
we don't have laws about the possession, I don't think, especially possession in the direct view or the direct control of the owner.
Okay, because I have my friend's girlfriend lives in Spain, and she comes over here for like work or whatever with her company, and we were gonna go shooting, and I wasn't sure if she was allowed to touch the guns or not.
That's absolutely
yeah.
not a
She allowed to
problem.
touch it.
Unless they make it 594. 594 is for everywhere now. That's a different story, but no, you're fine.
Okay, cool.
Just in case, make her fill out a 4473 just in case.
And then you have to pay. You have to pay transfer fees.
Yeah.
You have to get
Well,
that.
wait a minute. Aren't you in Washington? Aren't they about to pass a law where they're going to have to go through 4473 for that?
They're about to. They're about to.
My God,
Hey,
I feel
Bob?
bad for you.
Yeah.
What about looking? I hate to give you good advice on getting down here or something that might be helpful, but I'll do it anyway. What about looking into taking a
Animals.
class, like one of the course or class somewhere, and then you can say you're a student on a student visa. I don't know if that helps you get in or get
Like
around.
at a community college.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
if they
no,
have a
it's-
qualification on what you need to be a student visa. But I just know that sometimes being a student, is
Oh yeah.
like
I wish I could be there
No.
for the border patrol agent to be like, so
Yeah.
why are you coming across? And he'd be like, well, I'm starting freshman year in community college in Arizona.
Oh no, there won't be
In
a problem. I
Arizona,
mean,
Definitely.
yeah, they're really used to the border here, like older Canadians coming down hauling a trailer going, I'm going to go where it's warm. And they go, oh, okay. And they wave you on.
Yeah,
But
well,
I
we
could
have some
also,
classes
I was
we
thinking
recommend.
one of the reasons I could be taking guns down there was because I was taking a course. So I'm thinking
Taking guns
I should sign up with Jaeger and go, yeah,
Whatever
I want
you
to do I want to do the pistol, the rifle, and the shotgun course,
Well, in Tennessee, not in Arizona.
Yeah. Well,
Jaeger's
I mean,
going to be back in Arizona any minute now, right?
well, he could. I mean, either
yeah,
way,
yeah.
I can go. If he's wherever he is, I mean,
Actually,
pretty sure.
G-Webs. I was trying to. I was on his website. I couldn't find what course is he teaching in Arizona this November, and he said he's asking for volunteers. Do you remember that?
I don't know. You're saying it's not on his list right now?
Huh?
You're
He's
saying
asking
there's
for-
nothing on. You're saying
Yeah,
there's
I couldn't-
nothing on the schedule?
Yeah, I couldn't find anything on the list. I thought he had where they shoot with simulations or something like that. I forgot.
Force on force.
Force on force. Yeah, there you go. I was looking for force on force. I couldn't find it.
I thought it was the tactical reloading class. He was going to walk in and danger that bitch bench up.
I saw that. I'm following this. I'm following this new tactical reloading trend. It's just I need to get some equipment.
Well, I could see
I
that
think
being really
SOE
popular.
gear, SOE gear is going to start making tactical reloading bench visors. Nylon gear for your reloading bench.
Like if all your handguns are limited to 10-round magazines, you should get real good at reloading.
You know when someone's hardcore, like I used to be in the forums a lot, like, you know someone's a hardcore Glock 19 guy when someone from California would ask, like, hey, I have a 10-round limit on the gun I want to buy, and my options are get a Glock 19 with 10 rounds, or get a Glock 30 with 10 rounds, or get like a 1911, whatever, and these people would still tell you, if they don't give a shit if you're limited to 10 rounds, they're still going to tell you Glock 19, 10-round magazine, 9mm. Like,
Yeah.
that's all you need. Like, I don't know.
Well, for most people,
10-round
it probably
limit,
is.
I might. If I had a 10-round limit, I would probably rethink certain guns. That's for sure.
It looks like I went to their website and they've got Fighting Pistol on November 8th and 9th, and Fighting Rifle on November 10th and 11th in Tucson.
In where? Tucson?
Tucson.
Nothing in January?
Tupac.
Nothing in February? I thought they were going to come
December
back
and
in
January.
It says November, and then it says there's a intermediate action medical in Mesa.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Looks
When?
like they changed the schedule. I thought they were going to come back in February. Oh, well. Next time.
Yeah.
I still got 2,000. I still got
Well, they're
2,000
going to be here
rounds
in
of AK.
November.
That's what's
Well,
up.
yeah, and where is he? Is he going to be anywhere close to Arizona?
Bob, are you going to be there in November?
February
Are you gonna-
22nd, he'll be in California.
Yeah.
He'll
Yeah,
be
I
in Las
can't-
Vegas
well,
in
yeah.
January.
Well,
He'll
I
be
was
in
thinking.
Las Vegas.
I was thinking about
Vegas
saving
would be
up,
cool.
saving up for the class for February, but I guess it's not going to be the same. I thought he said he was going to do it at the same time, but I don't have the money for admission right now. So
So it looks like they're going to
nice.
do one right after SHOT in Vegas.
Whoa,
I'm going to count on the kindness of strangers.
that's the whoa.
I will go. I will still. More than likely I'll find another maybe next class next year. I already got the ammo for it, so I'm good to go. So I just wait for next year then. Not
You
to-
shoot 38 special at the class.
No, I'm not going to shoot 30 special in the class. By then I should have reloaded 9mm, hopefully with powder.
Take that with your NFP.
Yeah, it'd be a really good
I was
idea.
frustrated. I wanted to load, so I did. I just didn't have any powder. So this is a bunch of cases with primers and bullets.
I will still say that people should come up to Washington and take Matt Graham's class.
Try load up 9mm rounds with black powder and see if you can get a gun to function with them.
Nope. No, thank you.
Wouldn't that be
well,
cool though? I mean, basically, you just fill the case as much as you could, pack it in as much as you could, and put the bullet on top of it, and it would maybe cycle the action.
Yeah, I dirty up my gun like crazy.
Oh yeah, it'd be awful. Like you get like one magazine, maybe two, and then the gun wouldn't work anymore.
What they call this?
Bravo got a.
I guess
Bravo
some
said they
Pyrodex.
got a
Cool to
cool
try
stuff.
it though.
Hey, you know what though? I almost bought some Pyrodex powder, which is black powder, until I read in the box Pyrodex, like muzzleloader. Like never mind.
Well, hold on. If you're all about reloading, why not get a black powder that you're able to just reload at the range?
You know what? If you do 12-gauge shotguns, Chris, you can put black powder in them all day. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit more cleaning, but
Yeah,
they don't
exactly.
mind it at all. Especially if you got
Shitload
like a
of cleaning.
double barrel or something.
A shitload of cleaning.
Well, if you got a double barrel, it's not that bad. And it's fun to shoot. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not. It doesn't kick like smokeless. It's kind of like a gentle push. And all you do to load a shotgun shell is put as much black powder as you can in it, and then put like a slug or a load of buckshot or whatever on top of it. Curl the edges back in, with a paper block. And yeah, that's basically it. Because black powder is so different than smokeless. You don't get the buffer in between and all that stuff. You just kind of fill the shell up as much as you can and stuff, the slug or whatever down on it. And if you get a double barrel, I mean, shit, it's swab it out. You're good.
G-Webs. I still got an opportunity to take a class this year. They got room for that. If DPS will take me again like last time. They said that they're going to do it again before the end of the year. So, but the one I wasn't able to go to last week. So still got a chance. Get a class in.
Nice.
And it's cheaper. It's $25.
Yeah, I wish that Graham guy would travel more. I'm sure he's busy. But I would love to take that class.
He'll teach in he'll teach in Anchorage and Oak Harbor, and I think that's it. He doesn't travel. He only does like 4 of these classes a year, and like a few other stuff. But yeah, he doesn't travel much.
Well, it's awesome for you guys because I remember
actually he'll do stuff in Virginia.
Oh, that's far for me too. But I could make it there. But no, I mean it's still kind of far. I'm in Georgia, so I'm about 4 hours from tactical response or something like that.
Yeah, it's only like an overnight drive to DC from where you're at.
Yeah.
He's got a offensive driving class that I kind of want to take.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Sounds awesome, right? You get to learn how to like ram cars and be a getaway driver and shit.
J-turns.
Yeah, all that fancy stuff.
I thought he was an air marshal though, so you sure it isn't like a defensive flying class?
He used to be an air marshal.
There might be a little bit of my old powder in here. Do you think that's going to be okay?
No.
No, don't mix powder.
I'm not going to mix powder. No, I mean there may be just from the trickler, like 1 or 2 dots.
Bad, dude.
Yeah, try and clean out as much as you can, because any mixture of powders can result in like different chemical reactions and shit that happens when you actually fire the round. So it's not good.
Yeah, like they're going to be sitting together in a case. They might get even more souped up. They might be like amplifying each other.
All this talk makes me glad I bought my ammo. But I don't have a lot. I don't shoot a lot. I'm sure.
But what you're saying, you're not going to be shooting that? You're not going to be reloading the 32 H&R mag anymore?
I don't. When I do start, because liquid primers, right? That's what I need.
Liquid
22.
primer.
Like the 22. Don't they paint the primer on the?
I'm just saying, I found a bunch of blasting caps in a mine down here, and nobody claimed them, so they're probably still good. I should be able to use those as powder.
It's all good. I told you I want to reload 50 BMG, but I'm planning on moving back to New York soon, like in the next couple days. So they're making it illegal. So the New York Safe Act is the new one. New York Safe Act 2, 50 BMG will be illegal.
Yeah, because it was,
New York Safe Act 2, Electric Boogaloo.
It's like Sister Act 2. Remember Sister Act 2? The Nun movie. Yeah.
What do you call this? The safe. So basically, why? Because 50 caliber has been used in so many massacres.
Of course, that's the preferred. That's the preferred.
Well, the way I look at it, it's never been used, but that's still not few enough times. So we definitely need to outlaw it.
Well, when I watch Bill Maher and I like shoot my television. But like they would always say like, why do you guys want guns? Well, a lot of times they say that they need guns for the tyranny of government and blah blah blah, and they'll say, well, like come on, your guns are gonna shoot down an F-22 Raptor? Like we will, the government will blow you to smithereens. So the Second Amendment really is not a valid argument for government tyranny.
People in an armored vehicle? Come on.
They have like 50 BMG.
Like how we were having trouble in Afghanistan and Iraq and.
Ferguson. Like how we're having trouble in Ferguson.
Yeah, how we're having trouble in how we got our ass kicked in Vietnam. Yeah, that's. Keep saying shit like that. I mean, that really pisses me off. Like you're gonna, to Raptors. Like, dude, we got, we already historically, been in the conflicts that we had a big hard time with people who barely had anything, and you're. That's just stupid. I'm sorry, it just pisses me off.
I don't know. I don't think that's I guess that's true and stuff, but at the same time, I think that the bigger argument I think is stupid is when people are like, oh, it's when so what? Does the Second Amendment mean that you can just own nukes and stuff? I'm like, well, when has that ever even been a reality? Exactly.
And that's another. Oh, you should own nukes. It's like motherfucker, like nobody is wanting to get, we just want to be able to defend ourselves. No one has ever tried to buy nukes privately. Why would we do that? You know?
Oh, the other day I was watching MSNBC and they were saying something about, well, the NRA is the same people that would want you to have a hand grenade. Like, they think you should legally be able to own, like, a bazooka. Those are those people. Like, they're freaking crazy, Anyway, I'm just saying, 50 BNG.
What if I do think you should be able to own a hand grenade?
Really? You could have a bazooka in America?
It's like, what's more dangerous? What's more dangerous? What's more dangerous to the public? Like a Ford F-250 up on those big monster truck tires, with the shocks, and driving around, or a hand grenade? Like, I think you could probably kill more people with a fucking truck than a hand grenade. Right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So we're talking danger.
Yeah, and what else? You don't remember that there was that gun buyback in California when they were proud that they got rid of some rocket launchers. They took some rocket launchers away from the public. The plastic trainers. That doesn't even.
Or like the used AT-4s.
No, they're AT-4s that were meant for trainers. You can't even load anything on those things. They're trainers. They're shells, but then it says right in the side, trainer. They're used like for just for feeling familiarity, like you would in a classroom, and they were taught.
Well, but come on, it's not painted orange or nothing, so somebody could take that into a Circle K and rob the place, and the poor guy behind the counter is going to think it's really a rocket launcher. So
my favorite part. There you go. Real quick, I know I don't want to turn this into a fucking New York chat, but the New York Safe Act 2. My favorite part was the insurance as a firearm owner. You must have all this insurance. It has to be $1 million policy, just in case someone gets injured, you injure somebody, you injure yourself with a firearm. And it says if that insurance policy lapses, they come and take all of your guns and ban you from ever owning a gun again.
It's
about time, because it's the innocent victims who are the criminals who are really the innocent victims, right? Because it shouldn't be their fault that bad things happen because of what they did.
But like sometimes you forget to pay a bill. Like you forget to pay that bill, and then all of a sudden, like boom, you lose your constitutional right. Forget it. So,
think of the upside, man. Think of the Geico lizard in like a bandolier with the cowboy gun on his hip. Okay, hawking gun insurance in New York.
It's excellent.
Yeah, no, we don't even have laws that stupid.
Yeah, there were some other good ones, but that was one of that's my favorite. Is that the insurance policy that you have to have?
Yeah, we'll have that. But mind you, if you get charged in an assault case, then they're going to come look at your guns.
This is my favorite. This is my second favorite.
You're not allowed to assault things in New York anymore, so.
So, prohibits the sale or transfer of any guns in the state that are not child-proof. Child-operated, so it defines, let's see here. Child-operated, the term is prohibits the sale or transfer of a child-operated firearm.
What
defines child-operated firearm as any pistol or revolver which does not contain a child-proofing device, which would prevent the average 5-year-old from operating it. So I'm wondering if they mean, if they're talking about the gun lock. They're talking about something built into the gun.
They want a lock on the gun, so it sounds like.
Yeah.
So basically, you're going to have Ruger SRs now, SR9, SR40s, with like 5 or 6 safeties.
Smith & Wesson has finally paid enough money to the state of New York to be the only gun. All their revolvers will be okay, and that's about it. Yeah, so now you can, because all their Smith & Wesson revolvers have that keyhole.
Now they're gonna have to put the not people with lever action guns are gonna have to put a keyhole.
Something called ammunition coding, which will require every manufacturer to code ammunition for handguns and assault weapons. And coded ammunition means the bullet will carry a unique identifier that will be applied by laser etching onto the base of the bullet projectile.
Oh my goodness.
Awesome.
That won't really add to the price. That's something that's super simple. We should have already been doing it, right? Why not a barcode? One of those little fancy barcodes that are like for the iPhones now, so that way when you're getting shot, you can be like, and here's the barcode of the guy shooting me or whatever. Much safer.
I could see a bunch of like reloaders with like laser devices to etch the number in there or something like that.
No, that'll be one of the
What kind of laser
NRA's.
and engrave are you going to get for reloading?
That'll be one of the NRA's compromises. You'll just have to sign the base of the bullet with love, Bob.
Yeah, no, they've been talking about that for years. They want to put it in all powders and explosives so that they can track it, right? So they can say, oh, this residue from this gunfire were these bullets which were sold at this store. Now imagine how much that's going to cost.
Well, what was that, Judge Dredd, where the bullets had the DNA encoded in them? So we're going to have to take a page there and shit in our reloads.
So I know, like for example, with printers, they currently have a system to where every time you print something, it prints a matrix of yellow dots that are really hard to see, but you can use it to figure out basically the serial number of the printer that it came from. If that's a case where you're already printing something and you're not trying to cast something and then engrave a serial number. I mean, the big issue I see with like the one proposal I've seen is, I think it's in California, you basically have a unique number, serial number on your firing pin, so that every time you fire a cartridge, that serial number gets imprinted into the primer, which they can then trace back to your gun. The issue is that you can file off the edge of a firing pin in like 5 minutes. And
that's crazy.
Well, so there's also
anything that small is going to wear. So unless you're going to get like 100 firing pins that you're going to have to keep replacing it with.
Well, so what's worse is that so say you're a criminal and you're about to do a crime, and you know that if you leave those behind, those will be like the primary evidence of the prime suspect. You can go to a firing range and basically pick up brass, which is going to have other people's serial numbers printed into them, and then commit a crime, just kind of spread those around, and now they're going to go to that person's house saying, why did you shoot this person? And
no, more like
brass,
40
right?
people. More like 40 pieces of brass.
Right, but I mean...
With like 40 people, I mean. Like, one of these got shot. You know.
Well, but I'm thinking in cases where you could potentially get multiple pieces of brass from the same shooter.
Oh, you mean just to frame a specific person, yeah.
Yeah. But, or anyone that's not them, more or less.
That would be immoral.
My cousin...
It would be against the law. I mean, why would you even consider doing that?
Criminals wouldn't do that.
So basically, I want to say this. So my cousin...
That's smart.
My cousin basically voted for Cuomo, like last time around. So, you know, he's pro-gun now. So, but he voted for Cuomo because it was just, he went down the ticket. He didn't he didn't really care if Cuomo was a name. It's sort of like, a famous name in New York. So, when this SAFE Act 2, when the SAFE Act 1 happened, he told me the same shit that I'm sure half of these fuckers on YouTube will say. That it'll get knocked down, it'll get stricken down, it's unconstitutional. There's no way that it'll be upheld, and blah 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 blah. So don't worry about it. But let me tell you, that's I remember everyone who said that about the SAFE Act, like my cousin said the same thing, like, oh, it's not gonna be upheld. It's unconstitutional, so who cares? I don't care, I'm voting for him anyway, kind of thing. And guess what? Every single fucking thing in the SAFE Act 1 was upheld, except the 10 round. When they went to 7 rounds, they didn't realize that like no one made a 7-round mag, so they basically were like at 7. So technically, they just like changed their mind on that. But even that got upheld. Every single thing got upheld. So don't give me the whole, this is all bullshit, it won't get upheld, it won't stand. It won't, because that's bullshit. I think they were testing the waters last time. It was successful, and this is just the next step. And
does Cuomo's opponent have a chance, or does he even have one?
Oh, probably not. I doubt. I mean, Cuomo's dad was like a governor for like, I want to say 12 years, 16 years. I forgot. It was like he was governor forever. Like he was governor my entire life.
Cuomo's dad was the mayor of one of the towns that my parents moved me to after we moved out of the Bronx, and then he became the governor. And my cousin was a captain in the state police, and he was Mario Cuomo's personal liaison for urban violence. That family is so connected, it's like not even remotely funny.
Hey, so what were you saying about that? Hey, Steven. So when you said it said about that that microstamping or laser etching thing, you know, you can go to another range. You can go to a range and pick up some brass, right? That's what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So what if they investigate a crime and somebody did that? It's like, apparently this guy was killed by 3 people. This guy lives in Long Island. This guy lives in Albany, and this guy lives in Staten Island. So, man, what you know? So these 3 people went all the way here just to kill this one guy.
Yeah, there's crazy things that can be done. And what about if you just have a revolver? You know, you shoot someone, you don't eject any brass. There's no brass to clean up. You wait until you get home, then you eject your rounds, and now suddenly there's no evidence that to trace this shooting back to a person. So I mean, there's so many things wrong with it. It's ridiculous.
I know it's just funny that you know you're gonna investigate. Now these 3 people who does not know each other, who lives in 3 different parts of New York, conspired somehow to kill this one guy.
Sure, you get it. I mean, when you're at Walmart buying the box, they look at the special number on the box of the ammo and then write that number down with your name and then send it to the czar of micro-stamped ammunition of the state of New York. And then they record your name and that serial number on the... I mean, how does it even make sense? It doesn't...
It doesn't.
They'd have to connect you to that number. Otherwise, it's just fucking a box of ammo. I mean, they got the number on the ammo, and then they're going to call Federal and be like, well, who did you sell it to? And they're going to be like, well, the Walmart down on whatever street. And then they're going to go to the Walmart. How are they going to trace it back to any bad guy or anybody at all? Like, they'd have to have your name associated with that box, right?
Well, did you see the part where it says that there's a restriction of 1 handgun for every 30 days?
Yeah.
What it says in there is that in order to sell you the handgun, that the gun store has to call the BCIS to verify whether or not you've bought any other guns within the last 30 days. So that in and of itself says that they're going to take the New York State BCIS and turn it into some sort of registry. So you know what they're going to turn around and say is that they're going to have a registry for the ammo too, so that, yeah, when you do buy the ammo, they are going to have to log that number into the registry. So now you're talking about taking the New York State Police BCIS and turning it into the gun and ammo registry for every purchase in the state. How ludicrous is that?
That's draconian.
I think I'd rather be fucking homeless in Arizona at this point. Like, I'd rather just be I'd rather leave the state. I don't care. That whole stick around and fight the battle it's way past that. You know what I mean? It's like the Jews saying, hey, we don't want to leave Germany, like, while they're in the concentration camps. Like, we can do this. Like, you know, don't leave. Like,
dude, you don't have to be homeless you don't have to be homeless in Arizona. You can stay in Bob's trailer while Bob's staying in Chris's place.
Bob, let's go half on a trailer, dude. I can do this. I still got a couple of guns. I got like 1 Glock 19 left.
Yeah, I just don't know about this staying with Chris. I mean, you know, I think he's a really nice guy. He's just not my type, you know?
Besides, I wouldn't let you into my town, let alone my house.
Oh, come on. I'm going to pull up in front of your house with my trailer.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, pal, but I'm going to have to call the cops on you.
Oh, that's going to be a great video, though.
This Canadian illegal immigrant who wants to get
Yeah, you can like, we can have the videos from both sides. It'll be hilarious. I'm tempted to actually do that. Where are you? Phoenix, right? Yeah, somewhere like that.
Yeah, I'm in Phoenix.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, stay in Phoenix.
That was Scottsdale.
But yeah, no, I'm like I figure a 25-foot trailer. I mean, that's going to be quite comfortable to live in, and spend 2 or 3 months down in the hot weather and see if it fixes my fibro. That would be nice. Of course, I'd have to come back every winter.
Actually, no. I live in Prescott. My real last name is Lee.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. See, the downside of going down there in the winters, I don't get to use my snowblower to blow, 3 feet of snow away from the sidewalks every couple of days.
Yes. Snowblower, no, not to the south of Prescott, no.
Yeah.
Not south of
Chris, I already got the map all filled out. I got to your address, to Huck's address, to G-Web's. I mean, hey, I'm going to have a fun winter
put an X on my
Arizona.
You can put an X on my address.
Plus, I want to go see Edge and Murphy, because Murphy says he'll take me out pig shooting. I want to shoot pigs. Oh. I think that's just the coolest thing, that you can just shoot them like they're gophers. Like, fucking cool.
What do you call this? Good thing Yankee's not here. He'll have a field day chewing your ass for like you just want to murder.
I do. I just want to murder pigs because I don't like pigs. When I grew up on a ranch, we only had 2 pigs the whole time I was there, Elma and Thelma, and they were the craziest fucking creatures ever. Trying to butcher them went badly. Well, for the
my uncle was a pig farmer, and yeah, I saw my first pig butchered on New Year's when I was I think it was 11.
Yeah.
And I saw them butcher a pig in my grandma's driveway. It's an internal gate, so it's like a walled off house. So, but yeah, it was interesting. Slit the throat, start taking it apart. Then we all barbecued it. It was fun. It was delicious.
Well, we had to shoot these because they were like 400 pounds.
Oh, this was huge. This thing was like around 400 or 500 pounds.
Yeah.
And it was hog-tied. So.
Oh yeah. Well, no, we just shot them in their pen. The worst part was we shot the one pig first and it just dropped, and we hauled it out and slit its throat and shit like that. And the other pig came out drinking the blood of its sister.
Yeah, the cannibalistic.
Right. So then after we gut them, and you're dipping them in and out of the barrel of water while you shave them and shit.
You know what pigs like to eat, right? Bacon.
Yeah, well, just anything. My mother used to feed them, which was really funny because after we had them in the freezer, we would always ask Mom, which one was it, Elmer or Thelma? Because we had actually labeled the packages, and of course, because my mother had been feeding them for years, or for a year, she'd be like, "Oh, I can't eat this now." For some weird reason, once something had a name, she would.
I don't know if I want to eat like wild boar. They're kind of gamey, bad meat.
No, I don't want to eat them. That's why I want to do it in Texas, because you don't have to eat them. You don't have to take anything off them if you don't want to. Just leave them there to rot. Well, actually, it feeds the other wild pigs, so then there's going to be more wild pigs. So you get
actually, because those meat can get donated to homeless shelters. They'll eat anything.
No, I think there's something about the Texas pigs that are just the meat's never very good. There's lots of parasites in it and stuff.
Where do you get this crap from?
I don't know.
I live in Texas.
You live in Texas?
I asked it in the form of a question, not like it was a definitive fact.
No, I wasn't talking
pigs?
to you.
I didn't know you could eat them. I thought they were all infected with worms and parasites and shit.
Dude, I haven't paid for a pig since I moved to Texas. They're like rats down here. The farmers pay for you to get rid of them, and as long as you get like around a 2-year-old, generally speaking, a female, okay, you can. Wild boar is like the best pork you will ever have. And it also helps that 2 of my friends are actually from Hawaii and they're Hawaiian. So I have a permanent pig roasting thing dug in my backyard. It's like a hole lined with this wooden box and all this crap. Like, you know, they burn them. You don't have to do anything with them, but as long as you're going to go out there and be going through the hassle, if you happen to get one that's the proper age for eating, it's like the best freaking pork you'll ever have. But I'm talking to somebody who thinks Canadian bacon is bacon.
Okay, I thought you were mad at me.
I don't like Canadian bacon because it's just ham. Yeah, back bacon, that's ham, man. I like bacon.
Because I thought, you know, because I knew for a fact that they get eaten.
Well, no, that's cool if you could eat them. That'd be all right. I wouldn't mind that.
Well, I wouldn't want to be eating a 7 or 8 year old male that's spent its entire life fighting. But that goes for cows and horses and anything else either.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh yeah. I mean, the young mares are generally the best meat. Well, the babies are the best meat, but people frown on that. Although, if you're just trying to eradicate them, you pretty much have to do that. Remember, I shot a skunk once.
Did you see the video that went around a couple of days ago of the pigs they blew up with the 5-gallon pail of tannerite?
No.
That was amazing.
Go to YouTube and just search for pigs tannerite.
Or exploding pigs.
Yeah. Well, basically what happened was the year before last, they made it legal here to hunt pigs from the air over land that you don't own. It used to have to be, if you wanted to shoot them from the air, you had to own the land or you had to be hired by like a farmer or somebody for pest eradication. Oh, yeah. So a friend of mine owns a training school. And basically what he does now is he offers a course in aerial operations, shooting from a helicopter. And you pay for that course, and then if you pass that course, then you can pay to do a pest eradication hunt and hunt the boars from the helicopters. So basically in about 2 months, this whole industry of pig hunting down here, which it used to be done, you know, trucks on the ground and stuff like that. Now it's all taken to the air, and it's just out of control. So a couple of days ago, somebody posted a video. They mixed up a 5-gallon pail of tannerite and put food on top of it and lured a whole bunch of pigs in and set it off.
I'm seeing this. I mean, I just typed that in. It's got blowing up hogs with tannerite. This is the real deal. When pigs fly, a tannerite story. Tannerite versus pig. Blowing up hogs with tannerite.
Dude, pick any one of them. We're not looking for the Cecil B. DeMille production here.
Yeah, but that's kind of a crazy idea. At the same time, we've just been allowed, like, they've just made it legal for us to get the exploding target shit. So
I don't hunt except for pigs and ducks because they're the only 2 things that I will actually eat.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Well, no, I like moose and I like elk, but I just I
still don't know anything about it. I just go with somebody who does and shoot them.
Yeah. Well, it's well, I know how to do it. I'm just not physically capable of doing it anymore. But yeah, it's you know, just there's nothing like meat you've killed yourself. I mean, it maybe it only tastes that good because, you know, you did it yourself, but man, I don't know, nothing tastes like it. I don't normally like duck. I won't get duck in a restaurant, but if I got duck that I killed myself, that's the best duck I've ever tasted.
My duck hunting friends are crazy. They have more rules than Congress.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, here's a handgun I'm thinking of, maybe instead of a revolver, because I've always liked the 1911.
Rinco 1911.
Mm-hmm. But look at the price, $279.
Canadian dollars.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be like $300 American. Yeah, our dollars dropped like a bitch, man. That's like another thing. I'm worried about, as long as the Ebola thing dies out in Texas, and, because even Arizona, that's kind of close to Texas.
What Ebola thing?
Oh, yeah, well, Texas has got, like, what now? 2 or 3 people have Ebola in Texas now?
Yeah, they got it from eating wild boar parasites.
No, they got it from, apparently no, I guess it's only one. I think it's a nurse or something that was working on that Ebola patient. The guy from Nigeria or wherever, who came over and was visiting with his girlfriend and then started to feel sick after he was here, and he went to the hospital, and they said, he said, oh, I've been in Africa, I'm from Africa, and I've been, and I don't feel well. And they went, oh, here's some antibiotics. Go on home, you're fine.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
You just say Arizona is close to Texas.
I thought it was, wasn't
it? Do you look at the map?
I know. That's the thing is I don't have a map handy, and the last time I looked at a map was like 40
They're just
years.
like saying, where's Los Angeles? Somewhere near New York.
Really? Oh, man, I don't want to drive that far to go to Texas. Maybe I better go there first.
Good, because Texas doesn't want you.
No, I'm thinking
you go there and then down there.
First. Well, Murphy's Musket said he said he would loan me one of his 223s to go shoot pigs with. And I'm like, oh, yeah, but it'd be so much more fun to shoot him with my M14. Just because it's a 308, and I got some really lightweight bullets that will just fucking blow up.
You don't want lightweight bullets against a pig.
Oh yeah, no, I'm lightweight for a 308. I'm talking 140 grain.
You don't want those.
Oh no, they'll work really good because they work good on moose. Yeah, they'll pretty much almost blow through a moose. You usually find them just under the skin on the other side, and a moose is way bigger than a pig.
The skin is a little bit different.
Oh yeah, I mean there's a difference there, but yeah, this thing is still gonna go inside, expand like a son of a bitch, and stop before it gets all the way through it. But yeah, it's gonna be dead.
Man,
if you hit it in the leg, it'll just shatter it.
I should have found this powder yesterday, so it might make my day more easy. I mean, I gotta shot this today. Oh well. Now I gotta wait till next weekend. We're calling sick again tomorrow. Depends on how
The
much.
cool thing is, if I get instead of getting that Narenko, because he's not reloading 45 yet. Oh wait, he doesn't even have a 45. So yeah, if I got a 38 special, Chris could load some rounds for me.
Yeah, that's that'll be true if you got here.
Oh, don't worry, I'll be there. Probably just like I say, it won't be till January.
You won't be here.
Yeah.
You will not
really
be
excited
here.
about driving across America. People are saying, "Oh, the police will stop you and rob you," and I'm like, "What? It's not a fucking third world country." So yeah, there's some really weird rumors about going down to the States nowadays, and it's like, fuck that, man. My mom and dad used to go down there, and they were such hicks. They went to Detroit and wandered around there to go see my mom's aunt or cousin or something like that.
All of Gun Channels is going to be hiding from Bob in
yeah.
January.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, no, they won't, because I'm not going to tell them exactly when I leave. I'm just going to tell them when I show up. I'll post that video right outside Chris's place. I'm at Chris's!
Then you'll hear all of a sudden.
And Chris will be going, who the hell's at the door?
And just to let you know, Bob, I do answer the door with a gun. So.
Oh, that's fine. You wouldn't shoot a harmless old Canadian.
No, I'll start. I'll start giving warnings first.
That's a good video, man.
He didn't say he was going to shoot a harmless old Canadian. He said he was going to shoot you.
I'm mostly harmless.
No, you're not. You're harmless, but you're also annoying. So there you go.
Being annoying, otherwise we'd have to shoot, pretty much most of the people in the world.
Yeah, you think like that, Bob. Think that way.
How about this? I'll pack up a pig in a box. I'll send it to Chris. Chris can throw some 38 special rounds in there. We'll get G-Webs to kick in a couple of patches. I'm sure DB will toss in a knife, and we'll just send it to you.
There you go.
I'm coming down there, guys. I mean, I'm going to enjoy that desert lifestyle. Apparently, the Bureau of Land Management or whatever down there, for $180, you can get a pass that lets you stay in like 7 or 8 campgrounds that have water and sewer and for free. You don't pay when you're there, right? Because you've paid for the pass. I'm like, fucking right on.
Dude, Bureau of Land Management, we have like all the free camping that you want, gun friendly. It's this place we call the Bundy Ranch. It's like just outside of there. Just drive in. You don't need no permits or anything. Just park any place you want, hook up, and the Bureau of Land Management will host you.
Hold on. Yankee Marshall just chimed in. It's like, I am mad at Chris even if that guy isn't. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, don't. He's going to come in here, and then we're going to have to listen to Yankee.
Yeah, the difference with Yankee is he takes his, he doesn't talk too much.
Oh, he does too, and when he does, it's usually...
Yeah, but it's in strides, and then he's relevant. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. The guy pissed me off from time to time.
You gotta quit sucking up to Yankee. He's not relevant.
I am not even close to you sucking up to that knucklehead.
Oh man, it sounds like
I got my own issues with that guy.
I wonder if it'd be that lengthen my trip that much if I went through Washington State. I'd have to go to BC first, and I don't think I want to pull a trailer through the mountains in the winter. And otherwise, it's not really practical to go that way.
I don't know, and this powder is screaming at me, saying you want me to buy it, but $214 though. That's a gun, or that's half a gun. Me.
Chris, did you see that Norenko 45 there? $279.
I don't give a shit about a gun I can't get.
Chris, that's enough powder to load. Fucking 50. I did the math. It was like 56,000. It's what, like 18,000?
Oh, I know. Trust me. Trust me. I know the math. I know that. It's just the money. I have I still got a traffic ticket to pay for.
This is reloading, man. You buy in bulk up front.
Person's dog?
It's the Costco principle.
Besides, you said you were using your Cabela's card. That's not money.
I know, but that's still, I just realized I don't want to have to raise my freaking monthly payment on that.
Wow, man, you actually run a deficit on a store credit card? Any credit card I have, I pay off as soon as possible. I don't do minimum.
Yeah, good luck with that. I wish I had that ability.
Canadian Express. Don't leave home.
No, I actually, but I've lived that way since I was 18, 19 years old. I had a credit card, and I got myself in debt, and it took me fucking like a year and a half to get out of it. And after that, it was like, nope, no more of that. The only debt I ever carried after that was a mortgage.
Okay, Yankee isn't explaining himself. What are you talking about? I'm mad at Chris, even if that guy isn't. Okay.
Well, you've probably just been insulting someone and didn't realize it. Is he in the internal?
Yeah.
I must have missed that. I didn't hear you insult anybody.
Well, he does it sometimes, and it's not intentional, and most people just ignore it. But maybe Yankee just, is picking up on it and going, as his usual self. And don't get me wrong, Yankee's an okay guy, other than he's, a bit of an asshole.
What the hell is a 44 Russian? Never heard that round.
A what?
44 Russian. Yeah, Russian.
Yeah, that was one of the first, I think, Smith & Wessons? Maybe Colts, I don't know. It was one of the early double-action revolvers, and it was actually produced for the Russian army, and they had their own caliber. Later on, it was like, they changed the name of it, and it became I think a 44, like a 44 Remington or something. Or 45 Colt, I don't know. But yeah, the original revolvers that, the first, I think, the market or mass production run was for the Russian army. I just can't remember whether it was Colt or Smith & Wesson. I mean, I don't know my American history that well. I do remember it had a really weird hook under the trigger guard. Yeah, you can look it up online, and I'm pretty sure you'll find it. It's a interesting gun.
Just like I was intrigued by the 357 Maximum round.
Oh yeah, never heard of it.
Well, it's only a taller 357 Magnum.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess, we try.
With a few Dan Wesson guns made for it, and a few Ruger Blackhawks.
Mm-hmm. Well, Ruger Blackhawks got used for a lot of experimental guns because they had the frame to handle it. My brother had a 10-inch barreled 44 Magnum. Holy fuck. That thing would ding steel at 200 yards like every time. It was fucking amazingly accurate.
What is it?
44 Magnum Super Blackhawk.
Oh yeah.
With a 12-inch barrel or 10-inch barrel. 10-inch barrel. But he used it he did that steel silhouette shooting.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, it was a cool sport, but.
Do they still make the Thompson Center Contender?
Oh yeah, I'm sure they do.
Talk about a blast from the past when you were talking about silhouette shooting.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, some of those. There was a guy who hunted an elephant with a 375 H&H Magnum centerfire Contender, and it was it was one of those deals where we got a rogue elephant, somebody has to kill it, and he had been waiting for that moment, so he got to go out with his handgun and kill it. Of course, he was in the bush, and he was the elephant. The scope, all he could see on the scope was gray skin. So he fired where he figured the spot was and missed. And as a backup, he carried a 44 Magnum with some kind of copper penetrator bullet, and that's what he dropped the elephant with.
My uncle had, when I'm going back probably 25 years, he had a Thompson Center Contender in about 10 different calibers, and that was the first gun I ever shot steel with, and that thing was just absolutely freaking outstanding accuracy at distance.
Oh yeah. They even looked like a little miniature rifle, really.
Mm-hmm.
They had wood all the way up to the end of the barrel almost, and the action on them, and yeah, but they were amazing pistols.
The lockup on it was the most incredible thing I ever felt until I handled a really expensive shotgun.
Yep. Yeah, they were impressive. Well, that's what he used to shoot against in I think it was a stock class or something like that. And yeah, if there was people shooting Thompson centerfires, they were more than likely going to win. But the Ruger revolver did take a lot of wins. But yeah, they were cool. He wanted to get how was it, a 12-inch barrel? Yeah, he had a 10. He wanted a 12-inch on it. Just, a little bit better sight picture is the biggest thing. Further apart you can get your sights, the more accurate you can get.
Well, it is 3 a.m. here. So
I gotta go too, so I'm not feeling too good.
Yeah.
So still.
I'm gonna bail too, guys.
I'll see you guys later.
Take it easy.
Yep.
Hey, thanks for the tip, Daniel. Daniel, thanks for the tip, man.
No problem.
I wish you sold them in 1 pound.
Good talking to you guys.
I wish they sold that powder in 1 pound increments. So anyway, I'll talk to you guys later.
Later.